All right, everybody, welcome to the Union Arena Regionals for Gatineau, Ottawa. I am joined once again here by Eggman. Hello, Eggman.
Hello. How are you doing, T-Mac?
I'm doing good today. I'm excited for a lovely tournament of some Union Arena, and we get a little bit of Fusion World a little bit later as well. And we are just going to get straight into round number one here. And we have quite the interesting matchup. The first deck we have on the table is going to be that yellow Saitama. So this deck looking to go aggressive with that 5-2 Saitama, just going straight with the double damage. And because he can't get removed by usual means, you're just looking to press aggression. And the other deck that we are going to have on the table as well is going to be that yellow Megami. So basically that really aggressive rush style, looking to pressure your opponent in the early game and then just saying, hey, I have all these bodies on board, I have this double damage, I'm doing these combos, and just looking to pressure your opponent really, really quickly. So it's going to be an interesting match to see how both decks can traverse this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And we did see Yellow Saitama do pretty well at Gen Con. That happened earlier this year, so that's pretty cool to see. And then also, yeah, we got some new cards for Yellow Megami, right? It's Volume 2 helped it out for a little bit and got some new cards to help it support the deck.
Yeah, so definitely that elephant there, being able to bounce and come in active as a 4K if you're able to bounce the bunny or bounce any one of your units, and then being able to replay those units. So you got a lot of combos that you can do. And then just the overall aggression that Megami can do, it's definitely a good choice for these regionals, just because you can use the Chimera Shadow Garden to use the Megami to restand these bodies and swing in. So it's really, really solid choice here, especially with these regionals and these games being best of one. Sometimes you just need to be on an aggressive game plan.
Yeah.
Rush down to your opponent from 7-0, and then you're chilling. So.
For sure. And so if you're just joining us too, so we are in Gatineau here. It's going to be, we had 250 players, I think, right?
Yeah, 250 players. We'll get the exact numbers a little bit later, but yeah, it's going to be a good day of Union Arena, and it's very exciting to see so many Union Arena players coming out and representing their favorite IPs.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, should be 8 rounds today, likely, and yeah, should have a lot of action. So just finishing up, making sure they're happy with yeah, they already they took the card already. Yeah, there's no cutting afterwards, but
yep. So just doing all their pregame stuff, and yeah, it looks like they're both equally happy with their hands. And the game plan here, Eggman, to go into this matchup is you want to be the aggressor in this matchup. You want to be putting that pressure early, so it's no surprise here that the yellow Saitama has decided to go first, because you are the one who can potentially get those first couple of swings, and you have the better turn 3 play as well.
Yeah, and both these are kind of more like, a little bit combo piece heavy. So Saitama, yeah, is obviously One Punch Man is more about like 1 or 2 like dynamic punches that you get to do. But then also Yellow Megami, like, right, when it first came on Volume 1, right, it just had like a good amount of combos. It wasn't really the consistency that it needed to be at right now. But then Volume 2 just added a lot of new tools that I think it was missing. So, I know a lot of people who are, retesting this deck out now that it has these new tools.
Yeah, those new tools improve the decks consistently tenfold. And here we see just pretty much a easy couple of early turns here, just setting up the energy there, looking to get to that 4 energy mark. Saitama wants to see the double energies, the 3-1 Saitama, for example. They want to get that online. And for Megami, he's set up the double, the Shadow Dogs.
Yeah,
so
black and white, yeah.
Yep. So what you want to do here is you want to get these 2 in bin, and then have the 3-1 come out that gets double damage as long as there is a Shadow Dog in the bin as well. So here we're seeing a very aggressive start here from Megami, bringing up the 2 dogs and getting in those first 2 checks, just choosing what life. That was a draw trigger from the king there, the 0-cost king that lets you restand a body if you bottom deck it, and very aggressive start. So this is what we're looking to see out of Megami here.
Yeah, already down to 5, and we're setting up our next turn for Yellow One Punch Man deck. Yeah, just showing again the king cards that we play as well, and the Genos. So we do have like the raid for Genos too that can become available to us pretty soon, and we'll see what they end up using their last action point on.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice here. We also see the, I believe that is the Bang as well in the back. They're not usually in these lists, but it's very interesting to see them playing this card as well. So maybe they have some little spice there going on, because I remember when I was playing this deck, I also did something with the Bang Silverfang engine as well. But we'll definitely have to see what kind of spice this guy will be cooking up.
Yes. So again, we are on what? We're generating 3 energy right now. Now we're generating 5, which is great. So that does offer some good plays for us with the Hellish Blizzard there.
Yep. So right now, if the Saitama player has an AP restand, yep,
Which
we do see here.
Nice.
And now we could potentially see the 5-2 Saitama come down, and this 5-2 Saitama is a house. So not only does it have to attack every turn, it has double damage as well, and then it has the when attacking, if it swings, you are unable to restand it the next time it would restand. So it never can actually be a blocker unless you hit an active trigger, but it's a very aggressive attacker as well, and you can discard a Saitama to give it impact in the late game.
Yeah.
Damage 2 with impact 1, very, very crucial.
And just, casually, what, 10K BP, right?
Oh, yeah,
just, twice as much as pretty much any regular strong unit in the game right now. So one of my favorite things about Uni Arena, it makes the cards very thematic, and, that is no exception there.
Yep. So we're just going to play this Genos here. This Genos is just a, I believe, top 5 searcher, and you can pull either a Saitama from the top and then add it to hand. And then if you do add a card to hand, you obviously will have to sideline one as well.
Yeah, but then if you do have a Saitama on your field, you get to draw one as well. So unfortunately, we don't have that right now, but we do have our Raid Genos here too. So this able to get Impact 1, and then also when sideline, put one of your yellow Genos with a cost 3 or less required energy and 1 AP from your hand set to resting. And then if we have Saitama, it's active. So
yep. So very good, very cheeky play. Usually you do see this in the later game because it is able to play out a Genos, and just hitting that special there.
Or the color one, right?
Oh, the color,
yeah.
So to stun it. Look, I promise you, in this deck, they all kind of look the same. So I do get them confused from time to time. But yeah, the color there, able to stunning that Genos. So that 4K just being able to stun it down for the turn. And so this could be a very aggressive turn here from the Megumi player, because now he's guaranteed to get at least 1 swing in here, and then he can potentially go up into a Raid Megumi and then looking down the barrel of 5 swings.
Yeah, and that's like the big combo with this deck, right? Like, you can only have 4 blockers generically. This is a deck that can very easily have more than 4 attacks in a turn. And because of that, it can be really tough, especially, with One Punch Man. If you try to play your big boy Saitama, you only have 3 blocks for the turn now.
Yep.
So, that can be very dangerous.
Yep. You generally only want to see maybe 1, maybe 2. And even if you get to the 2 point there, it's a little bit tricky, especially when you're going against these aggro decks. It's funny, Saitama, yellow Saitama specifically, is an aggro deck, but it can get out aggroed. And that's why it's kind of fallen out of the meta. I remember when the deck initially released, it was a very, very prevalent. People were thinking it was the most busted deck in the format, and people just didn't know the matchup too well. So now people know the matchup a little bit more, and it has fallen out of favor. But a deck like Megumi is one of those decks that can actually outpace it as well.
Yeah. So still thinking here on our turn. I think we used 1 action point to draw.
Yep.
I saw that correctly. So means that they're missing out on a little bit of something here. We do push up the Megami too, so we're only generating 1 energy, generating 2 with this Megami, and then a 3rd with the
that is
I know Toge.
That's the one.
Unumaki. Yeah, I know what he says. he's got like 5 phrases. So but yeah, we're going to be able to go through, hit a couple more hits. Okay, we've got the Saitama here, which is an active trigger, which is huge. Yeah. Being able to restand the Genos there, get the extra block with the Megami, and then that's past there.
Yeah. So that active trigger, insanely huge there, being able to restand and get that additional block, because then our yellow Saitama player here would have been going down to 3 life, and that's definitely not where you want to be, especially against these aggro decks. And the Megumi player has realized and knows this matchup, it looks like, because pushing out the extra Megumi to get that extra swing there and just saying, hey, I'm going to set up for this turn. I don't need to go too aggressively here, and I can just pressure you. Just an unfortunate trigger there on the active to take away that 1 swing. So yellow Saitama will have some catching up to do. And here we're seeing 2 getting tapped. And there comes the big boy, the 5-2 Saitama coming down. So the Saitama does come in active as well.
Yeah, which in this game, right? There's no inherently stopping you from attacking the turn you play, right? But it looks like we've taken it back. Right?
Yeah, so it looks like he just didn't have enough energy there. I believe that is producing 2. The Bang produces 1, so he had 4 energy.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, the judge just making sure he's getting enough energy, which he did have, and now the 5-2 Saitama can come down. But one card on the board that we do see here, we only saw it as an active trigger, but the 3-1 Saitama. So that is another very good card. So like Saitama, all Saitamas, they can't be removed by traditional effects. But, however, this one you can discard a card and move it to the front line as long as your front line isn't full. So what you can do is you can just basically use it as an energy to produce and then bring it to the front on later turns as a good 10k attacker that can't be removed. So you can get it's a really good strong tempo play. So here we see him swing with the 5-2 Saitama, getting blocked by the Shadow Dog, pretty much what the Megumi wants, and then taking the one hit. And is going to actually take another one and hitting that active trigger a little bit late there. Is going to use the King effect to restand the Saitama, so now the Saitama can be a blocker.
Yeah.
So very, very strong turn there from our Saitama player there, and the good back and forth going on here.
Yeah, but again, we only have 3 cards in the front line, right? So if they push up, we can press 1 damage for sure, and we can see what Megami can do, but. I think we've got, we started to generate enough energy right now. We're generating 3 for Megami, and I think that's when, once we get to 4, we get to some real good cards too, right?
Yep. Once we get to 4, we get the Chimera Shadow Garden online as well. We can also get the Raid Megami, that one allowing you to play out a Shadow Beast from the top 5, and you get to do some shenanigans with that, especially if you have that Chimera Shadow Garden. You can either search, I believe it's either search a Chimera Shadow Garden or search a Shadow Beast and add it to hand, and then you can play a Shadow Beast as well. So very, very strong raid card in this deck. But does he have it is the question.
Let's see. Yeah, looking at cards in the sideline there. And again, we're generating 3 energy. We've got 3 action points left, and mediocre board, right?
Yeah.
Not no 10k on our side, but we've got a lot of potential.
Yep, and having that king so early, and that's what determines the game for yellow Saitama players from time to time. Because there was a time they were cutting that card, but nowadays they're realizing, hey, we just lose to aggro, right? So we kind of need our blockers. So now they're going back up in numbers with that card. And right now the game plan for Megumi here is there's a lot to go on. So he could potentially look to get back the totality that is in grave. You do see him fanning out the grave. He gets back the totality. It's now a big attacker with double damage. But the fact that he pushed up the Inoue leads me to believe he does not have the Megumi raid. So he's just looking to be more aggressive here, unless he's looking to just go double energy in the back. So this is going to be a domain expansion. So something tells me he might just have it, because he's domain expansion, getting that. He's just pushing up the body for an extra swing. He's going to play another energy to the back. Yep, so the 3-2 to get the totality, and then yep, the totality will come to the front. And if we can see a raid Megumi here, that would be insane as well. And
yeah,
yep, there it is. Yeah. So that raid of Megumi, like I was mentioning earlier, is going to look at that top 5, getting to get 1 card to hand, either a Chimera Shadow Garden or a Shadow Beast to hand, and then going to put the rest to the bottom. And he does have the option to also play 1 here as well. So what we might even see here is if he has Elephant in hand, he can replace this here. But no, he's just going to go straight into attacks here. So he's going to swing with the Shadow Dogs. Just going to get blocked there. Here comes the Megami as well. So this is going to be a 4K swing onto life. And now you just got to kind of sequence your blocks here, because yep, so that is an active trigger there. Oh, these actives have been coming in clutch for him.
Yeah, he's hit 2 already, and honestly, my active triggers always happen when it's the last attack for the turn. So I'm like, oh, come on, why is it that one? So again, like being able to only take 1 damage that turn, I think is huge. But we do have to be kind of careful on both sides. There's only 4 life for our Megami player, and again, when all these double damages can come in, that's pretty terrifying. But we kind of have to establish another king if you want to be more defensive, because otherwise the Saitama can't block. And we'll have to see what they have in hand.
Yeah, so this board state now, and that's the thing I personally love about UA is that sometimes we were just talking about how the board state for Megami wasn't the best.
Yeah.
But one domain expansion, one extender just allows you to just flood the board, and now we have a game on our hands. So one thing we didn't talk about the I believe his name is Toge in the front is he does kind of work like how Chimera Shadow Garden. Chimera Shadow Garden also has the additional effect where you can pay 1 AP to basically buff the whole board by 1,000.
Yeah.
So that also works just the same as well, where you can pay. But we do see here the Disintegration Cannon coming down because he does have a Genos on board. This is able to KO anybody on board right now. And interestingly enough, he decides to KO the Totality. So that 3,500 double damage is coming straight off the board.
Yeah, and you have to, I mean, I get why, like, just to respect that double damage. We were likely to, for the rest of the game, taking at least 1 damage every turn, so we're kind of on a clock. But, we also do have our special here, too, getting rid of the Toge.
Yeah, so both getting rid of the Totality and the Toge with the double specials here. So the Saitama player is respecting the fact that right now that the Megumi player does not have the Shadow Garden, so there's going to be no 1k buff, because once that 1k buff goes on to that Totality, that's a 4,500 double. And if you don't have the Saitama there, it's just, you have to block that.
Yeah, and we're kind of like in a bit of a dangerous position. Like, it's kind of like a game of chicken, right? We end up using the Saitama effect. We discard a card from hand to move it up. At the end of our attack phase, it will move back to our energy line. So, max blocks that we have right now are what, 2 now?
2.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be like here on 4 life. Realistically, you can take that 2 double damage and hopefully get a special. But if the Saitama player swings in, this has to swing first. So this will be coming in first. So I would take the 2 damage here, going down to 2, see what I get. Maybe I can get a special here. And unfortunate triggers. There are no special and nothing there. So this is going to be a Geno swing with impact, going down to 1. They're finally getting the Shadow Garden, and now having to block here with Totality and having to block here with a Megami. So able to stay alive for 1 more turn. But this is a very, very weird predicament for him.
Yeah, so like I think like Megami's like, all right, this is going to be my last turn. The Saitama 1 can't be removed and can give itself impact 1.
Yep.
The Toge did have nullify impact, so maybe if we have another one, we could maybe rationalize surviving another turn. But I think it's obvious in my mind that it's likely our last turn now. We got to try to push for game.
Yep, and the other thing about this Genos here as well, this Raid Genos, is that when it gets deleted, you can also play a Genos onto the board as well. So the one that you usually see is that 3/1 color Genos. Because there's a Saitama on the field, it will get plus 1k, and it has nullify impact as well. So you can't do any cheeky impact for game shenanigans as well after that. So you can get a few swings here, but it's a very sticky predicament for our Megumi player.
Yeah, essentially with the idea that 2 blocks are happening. And again, like you can block out and lose your board, right? As long as that Saitama survives. And as long as you have a Saitama in hand, right? You need to discard specifically a Saitama for impact 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you know that you can win next turn. So
yep. So here we see the bunnies getting pushed up, and we go into another Raid Megumi. And we have the Shadow Garden online now as well. So the very interesting thing here is that Chimera Shadow Garden, you can play that 1 AP to buff the board by your Shadow Beast specifically by 1k. And every time a Megumi swings, you can restand a Shadow Beast. So usually the combo here is you'll see 1 Megumi swing, and then they play another Shadow Garden, get that onto the board, and go from there. But the real yep, so he's just going to use, it looks like he uses his last AP there to use the 10 shadows to get back the Totality onto the board. I don't know if I saw a AP restand there. Okay, there we go. So now what is looking like is going to happen is looking like he's just going to go for 4 swings. So here we're going to see a double damage swing here. Going to draw the block. He's going to swing with the Megami. Will he use the Chimera Shadow Garden trigger here to restand the totality? Or maybe he's just waiting to see if the Saitama player here decides to block. So here we're going to see, ooh, the color trigger coming down and stunning the Megamede. And this life for the yellow Saitama player has just been,
Yeah, we haven't. I don't think we've hit any special triggers, but we've pretty much hit everything. But right,
yeah.
like it has been very strong. Is that another color
That's
trigger?
another
Oh, my
color trigger.
goodness.
Oh my days. This life has been crazy. So both the totality and the Megami stunned down there. And what?
Now we can just we
Yeah.
can just push up to, like, there's just so many ways for us to be able to
Yep.
go for game here now.
Yep. Also because the Genos does have impact as well. I believe it is an innate impact, and the Saitama also has impact as well on the board by discarding a Saitama.
Genos only has impact
For the turn.
played.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this swing here, just discarding a Saitama, discarding another card for the 10K Saitama. You don't really have to worry about anything. Even just pushing up the other body as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, just pushing up, right? Like I don't know if they've been like blinded into like pushing stuff up, but yeah, I think if
Yeah, it should, or just drop another 5/2 Saitama. No,
yes.
he's going to go with the 4/2 from the starter deck. So the 4/2 from the starter deck is just an on play. You get to KO a body. So he's just going to KO the 4K.
Yeah.
So just looking to secure it here. So getting rid of a Genos and then pushing it up. And then going to discard the Saitama. So just playing it out cleanly here. Is very wary of the final trigger. So is going to make this final swing here. And no final trigger. And that's a GG.
Yeah.
So round 1 going to yellow Saitama, a deck that people were sleeping on.
Yeah, but I think we showed in this one, like, yeah, it still has a lot of power. You do have to be one. I will say that the cards in his life are very strong. Helped him in those situations.
Yes.
I think in that last turn, I think that they were okay. I think he was okay regardless.
Yeah.
Just have to make sure that he sequenced the blocks correctly. With the totality, you got to make sure that you aren't blocking early and it gets a restand for another, a double damage or damage 2 when they're not expecting it. So I think he did respect that correctly. But yeah, those are definitely situations where you're like, yeah, you get a lot of free value just from the amount of attacks they got in.
Yep, and like you said, that life was crazy.
Yes.
Being able to get not 1, not 2, but I think it was 3 color triggers in that life. I think so.
I think so. I think there's definitely one for each player at least, right? I think there were 2 for One Punch Man and 1 for Mega Man.
Yeah,
could be at least that.
And then the active trigger as well to being able to restand that Genos, like it just restood everything.
Yeah, I think they get what, 2 active triggers?
2 active triggers,
Just absurd.
So
just
it was really, really strong life there. But yellow Saitama moves on to round number 2, 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0.
Yep. So we have quite a few more games of Union Arena to be played. Me and Eggman will be here throughout the day. We're going to be checking out everybody. If you guys are here, make sure you guys come and say hi to us.
Yes.
We love always saying hi to the community and stuff like that. So we're going to take a little break here. We'll have round number 2 up in a little bit here. And we'll be back for number 2 in the Union Arena Gatineau Regionals.
See you then.
All right, welcome back to round number two. I am here with Eggman.
Hello. Yep,
Yep,
still here.
still here. All right, and man, I tell you, when we come to these regionals, I expect to see certain things. But this is the second round in a row where I'm seeing a deck I'm not expecting. So we have Armando on the red Speedo Sonic from One Punch Man. And then we have Union Arena HQ, Black Noir on the red Kenshin. So no surprise there. This is one of the decks that we are going to be seeing pretty much all day, just because some people basically think it's the best deck in the format, bar none.
Yeah, I mean, we had the LA regionals a couple weeks ago. Red and purple Kenshin took, I think, over 2/3 of that top 32. So I would kind of expect it to be, strong in here again. But again, red, I think, in my opinion, red was really good with Kenshin, right?
Yeah.
Red's was kind of like one of the older or like later cutters introduced in the North American meta. There wasn't really a deck that took off, including like One Punch Man, Speedo Sound Sonic. So being able to see it, 1-0, right? And seeing in this match, you're going to see some interesting things, I think.
Yep. So both decks, just being red inherently, are very aggressive, but we see here some spice coming down with those zero drops. So those zero drops are actually from the other red side of Kenshin that doesn't really get played. Black Noir is on this kind of spicy build of red Kenshin because we were talking about this deck list a little bit before the event, and he decided that with red Kenshin, one of the big issues is sometimes when you don't see your red Kenshin, it's a little bit tricky to basically being able to keep up the aggression. So he decided to add in a little bit of spice to make sure he can get in there. So hopefully we get to see the full extent of the spice as well. So both decks are going to be looking to go super aggressive here. So it's just going to be a battle of the aggression. And usually when we see these aggressive decks versus aggressive decks, there's a lot of dealings with board and doing all of that. So so here, just double checking on what all the Speed of Sonic Sound cards do, because like I said, this deck has always been one of those decks that has the potential to do very, very well. But unfortunately, people just haven't experimented with it. And one of the biggest drawbacks, especially when One Punch Man came out, was the Speedo Sonic raids, or the and I believe also the 4-2 Speedo Sonic has the one drawback of you're not able to do it if there is a 10k or more body on the board, namely Saitama. So you wouldn't be able to get the swap that you want to do those multi-attack swings, and it's just very, very punishing.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's not going against a Saitama player here just means he can do all of his swaps, he can get those multi-attack swings in, and get those bodies on board. All right, and here we're seeing a very aggressive push here, especially because he has that one Kaioru that says if you have a Kenshin in the front line, it produces double energy. So here we see the second Kaioru coming down and going in for the double energy, and it's going to put the next Kenshin to the back as well. Now that Kenshin is protected and will not have to deal with getting potentially special, so he can push it up and have those bodies produce 2 energy next turn as well.
Yeah, and I don't think you mentioned it fully, but just being able to have those like draw ones off the Camillas, right, are really good, right? Just lets us have some great advantage. I think we also have to, one thing about Kenshin that plays differently than any other deck is that how its removal works, right?
Yeah.
The fact that it bumps it back, and so unlike other decks, right, if you are a deck that can survive with only like 2 or 3 cards in your energy line, right, being able to play around what they do, I think you're in a better spot.
Yeah.
So I think in the LA regionals, right, week 1 with it hitting the North American meta, a lot of people didn't know the correct way to play against it, and I think a lot more people are realizing, okay, if I'm playing against this deck, I need to play a little bit differently because I can mitigate the removal and not make it as punishing as people have been kind of walking into previously.
Yep. There are definitely decks that really get punished by having that pushback happen. And here we're seeing a very, very aggressive start here, getting into that raid Kenshin that says you can, when attacking, you can discard 1 and you can restand it as well. And then on raid, it also draws a card. So very, very solid start here. So this is looking down the barrel of 5 swings for this turn here. And here we see this Kenshin coming in. And like you mentioned, all the Kenshins have the effect that they do push back into the energy line. So especially with energy line focus like Lancelot, things that need their double energy, pushing that back and saying, hey, now everything is compromised. I can't have my double energies online. It's very, very taxing. And that's what makes this deck super, super strong. All right, so just going to end up blocking this Kenshin here and then going to push back, going to swing again and going to hit a Garo there, just the 0-cost Garo, and another swing coming down and hitting, I believe that is the color trigger, able to pop the 0-cost there. So very, very efficient Kenshin turn there.
Yeah, so we're down to 4 life for our Speed of Sound Sonic. And, we didn't, quote unquote, lose that many bodies because we're able to push it back. But we definitely need to start putting stuff back into the front line and see if we can push some aggression here. Maybe a good raid here. We do have a lot of energy we're generating. I think we're generating, like, what, 6 energy with doubles?
Yeah. So here, especially when you get down to these low lives, one of the cards that the Speedo Sound Sonic decks are also running as an additional top end is that Boros. So that Boros says if you and your opponent are a combined total of 4 or less life, you can pay 1 AP to pop a body on the board, and it also has impact as well. So you can use that to close out the game as well. But you really need to be pushing back here because Kenshin is just going to, as long as that 4-1 Kenshin is on the board, every turn you have to be looking down the potential body of 2 swings here. So he really needs to be able to deal with this here. Hopefully he can see a special here to deal with this this red Kenshin raid here. If he doesn't see that special here, and if Noir goes into another 4-1 Kenshin raid with those double swings, you're looking down the barrel of 6 potential swings there. So just have to think about lines here. Think if you want to push up bodies here. Usually Speedo Sound Sonic, otherwise from the Bang raid, which is normally a 6 raid, you're usually kind of just chilling on that 4 energy. So here we're going to see the Mosquito Girl get pushed up here. And we're going to use that Wind Slicer. This is the special. He does have it in hand, able to get rid of that Kenshin there. And this Mosquito Girl also has an interesting effect as well, where you can activate main, take one of your own life, and boost her up by 1,500, bringing her up to 4K, and going to tap the double energy here to get this Speedo Sound Sonic onto the board as well. This is the 4-2, which does allow him to play a body from the trash, and all the Speedo Sonics want to have those that low amount of cards in the trash so he can get his restand and swing effect. So if he has the raid here, he can do a multi-swing attack by swinging, bringing up another Speedo Sound Sonic that is active in the back line and get another additional swing in.
Yeah, but we do have one more action point, right? Is
Yes.
that correct? Yeah. So that is helpful, and the fact again, like the the fact that they don't actually KO your stuff means there's less cards in your sideline, right? If you play around it correctly.
Yep.
And looks like we're not able to find that raid for this one.
No raid. Just gonna vanilla play the Boros there. So just vanilla 4K body here. So just gonna swing 4K, hitting the Kairoru, which is a draw trigger, and that card is just so good. Everything on that card just says draw.
Yeah. And just not attacking with Mosquito Girl, knowing that's going to get blocked and passing it back to our Kenshin player.
Yep. So Kenshin definitely has a lot of work to catch up here. That rally turn there from the red Speedo Sonic, just super good. Just going to use that 1 AP to get another draw. And the question is, does Noir here have more fuel to the fire? Does he have the red Kenshin, the raid, to kind of press back now? Because right now you are looking down a lot here, and the Boros just being a vanilla 4K right now means you can't be as aggressive. You kind of have to respect the double 4K here, and maybe here our Speedo Sonic player is playing a little bit slower. Maybe he does have the raid in hand as well, to then look to next turn, hoping that the Kenshin player does not have a lot, and can go from there.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Yeah, thinking on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, this I'd say that Red Kenshin has like the potential to draw more on average than the usual deck, but
Yeah.
sometimes that's difficult. Also, like, in this game, right, when you have three things you can do every turn, you want to make sure you're doing the right three things. You're
Yeah.
sequencing it correctly too.
Yeah. That is very key. Sequencing is very huge here because you can get really, really punished for incorrect sequencing. So you've got to take your additional time and just kind of like work it out and see what you want to do in your turn because the crackback is always dangerous no matter what deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So looking like here, he does have the raid Kenshin. So the same one he just raided before. So we do see that like if that Kenshin wasn't gotten rid of, it was going to be a devastating 6-swing turn. But going to go into the Kenshin is going to swing here. Going to pitch the Kaioru to restand here. So this is going to be a 4K swing going into face. Yep, and another 4K swing coming down. And here comes the raid Speedo Sonic. So insane raid there coming down, getting that 4K coming down. And I spoke about this a little bit earlier, where the Speedo Sonic allows for the multi-swing potential here when you swing and are able to get another Speedo Sonic from the energy line as well. So that's how this deck really pressures with those multi-swing attacks. So this is going to be a huge crackback turn from the Speedo Sonic player here as well.
Yeah, we've just established such a wide board, right? We can do some pressure. Luckily, we've got some, some shields, or sorry, some life to be able to, take a couple of these hits, right? But
yeah, so this is going to be another big tension swing here, having to decide which one you want to push back here. Ultimately, it does not matter too much because that is the one downside of Red Kenshin. Just because with other decks, they are able to remove the bodies when they swing. Red Kenshin having only to push back. If your opponent doesn't have a full energy line and you have that one available slot, then that means it's not really a big deal if your stuff gets pushed back.
yeah. So I think being able to recognize that, right? That's been a big adaptation the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And it makes it a little bit awkward here for actually pressuring damage.
Yeah, and the fact that you're pushing back, of all cards, you're pushing back that raid Speedo Sonic. It's just like, all right, you push back my 4-2, I'll just block with it, that's fine. And then next turn, I can just leave that 4-2 in the back and then use my raid Speedo Sonic to bring it up for an additional swing as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, so just putting that Boros in the back. That Boros is the 0-cost draw 1 trash one. So just deciding. And yeah, just having to make the decision here of what you want to discard here. This is the thing I like about these draw 1 trash ones and I dislike about them is sometimes you have to play that just to see more cards, but the decision of what you want to put down there is very, very taxing. And here we're going to see the raid Boros coming down. So ideally not where you want to raid it because normally you can make it a 4-1 raid, but he has the energy to play around with. It just vanilla has impact for sure. So we'll be able to get that impact and do the pressuring here. And this is just a board of 4K swings just straight coming down. And the question is now, what do you put in the back line here? Do you just play something vanilla to set up for next turn? Yep. Just going to drop a vanilla Speedo Sonic. And now this is looking down the barrel of 5 swings here. So this is going to be very taxing for a Kenshin player here. So here, the first Speedo Sonic swing is coming in. He does meet the requirements here. Will he do the swap? Yep, end of attack. Boom, is going to get the swap with one of the Speedo Sonics. So now that Speedo Sound Sonic is protected for next turn as well. And now this one can also attack. I don't remember if he did the activate main on this one here because it can boost up itself to 4K. But is just going to swing here with the Boros, getting that impact swing in for sure. Just going to end up taking that there. And that is the Kenshin. Just another Kenshin. Just all of these cards are just called Kenshin.
Yeah, there are a lot of Kenshins in this deck. Yeah.
All right. And then going in with another 4K, just a vanilla swing here. No impact. Going to end up taking there. And this is the Kenshin raid. So this Kenshin raid we haven't seen yet. And this is the pushback one here. And this is where you don't want to see this one here. One of the best defensive raids, honestly. Being able to just say, hey, take one of your bodies that you were potentially able to swing with and just push it back into the energy line.
Yeah, and it's a raid 4, and both these Camillas are generating 2. So just barely enough for that to happen, and get that pushback. And now this is really scary because we only got 3 bodies on the board. We got 2 life, and if they're able to get like 1 more removal on something, we can just push that extra 2 damage.
Yep. So right here, if we go 0-drop Kenshin in the back, raid, and then go special, we are just in the money right now. But even though this is looking down the barrel of 4 swings here, so as long as, like you said, one special is all it takes. Actually, just gonna push up the body here.
Oh wow!
Oh, this is a bold play here from our Kenshin player here. He must have something in the back. Maybe he has another Karu to put another. Yup, another double energy. So he is chilling. And now the question is, what is the play here? Does he have the removal to make the swings here? So this is 5 potential swings to only 3. So he will be able to take those 2 life there handily. But the question is, how do you sequence this here? All right, just going to play the other body to the back. All right, so no special here. One of those swings does have impact. So he only has to realistically get 1. He actually is going to swing with the impact first. Interesting here. Normally what you would want to do here is swing with the double swing just to see if your opponent will take the hit. But this is a guaranteed hit. So coming in. Ooh, hitting that special getting rid of it. And this is exactly why you would do this here, because if he had swung the double swing first and then hit that special, then more than likely what the Speedo Sonic player would have done is take away the impact, and you still would have had the double swing clearing out the front line as well. But getting punished here by the special, and that second to life special is always deadly.
Yeah, and another thing too is that we are at 4 or less life combined between the 2, so there are some additional Boros effects that we could potentially have right here. Being able to get like a removal, but we're only generating I think 5 energy on the back line. So if you want to do anything with Boros, no, it's 4 or less because we have 4 less. Yeah. So we could even make it even cheaper if we wanted to.
Yeah. So if we can see just a generic Boros here, and then into that raid, he can pay the 2 AP to also pop a body on the front line as well. So Speedo Sound Sonic doing what people thought it was able to do. And here we're going to actually see the Boros come down, that draw 1, trash 1. Can he... Ooh, I just saw the flash there. And it does look like he does have the other Boros as well. So he is going to tap 1 here, raiding into that Boros. And the question is, will he pay that 1 additional AP to do the pop as well? Yep. Just making sure to read the effect clearly. Yep, and is going to pay that 1 additional AP and getting to pop that. He does have one of the defensive Karus, so he will have to pay the additional tax to do that. Going to use the activate main effect to banish 3 to make that a plus 1K. And also, all of his Speedo Sound Sonics now are online with double impact looking down the board. So this Speedo Sonic is going to come in here for a 4K swing. And now, realistically, you take this swing, hoping for the special here.
Yeah, no trigger, but nothing's 25K or less, right? So
going to use that Speedo Sound Sonic effect, get the other one here. Going to swing Will he swing with the guaranteed impact? Yep, coming in with the guaranteed impact here. And he needs a special, and it is a special.
Nice.
Yep, so both players, second to last life special trigger, getting rid of that impact and can just potentially block out here. This is huge, huge special trigger from both players here. And now the only thing Noir would need here is just an impact. Can he find that Kenshin impact with the pushback? Does he have it? And that's what it just is going to come down to here.
It is, and one of my favorite things about this game too is just like, you know, there's almost always a chance for something to happen. Even if you got the impact, right?
Yep.
There could be a final trigger there, right? You're never really out. And you know, I do definitely think the Speed of Sonic or Speed of Sound Sonic is in a really, really good spot.
Yep.
There is still an out for a Kenshin player.
Yep. Definitely still an out here. And yeah, the second, like I said it, the second to life special gets you every time. I've been on the receiving end. I've given, and people have been on the receiving end of it from me as well. And it's just super. It's a tough position to be in. But like you said, don't count them out yet. That last life could be the final. That final life, oh man! And then getting that heal there can definitely save games.
Yeah, but essentially, like, we have to have specifically a Kenshin into the impact now, right? With 2 action points, right? Unless we have some sort of, like, we have ways to, like, our final trigger to get an AP back and then try to get one more search for it. If we don't have it, this is going to be a very tough position here.
Yep. So tapping that 1 AP here.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, so that looks just a vanilla out on the board.
Yeah,
ooh, and yeah, it doesn't have the energy
4.
because he doesn't have a Kenshin in the front.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. Ooh, and it looks like yeah, that's very unfortunate. They're not able to see. Looks like he doesn't have the baby Kenshin to being able to raid, so just going to put the body up on the front there and just kind of have to hope that you see a final. But even then, it doesn't even matter at this point because you don't have the blocks for it.
Yeah, that is just really, really tough.
Yeah. All right, so looking at like what is going to be the final turn here, Speedo Sound Sonic comfortably in the driver's seat and going to take the AP draw as well, and probably going to push up the other one there. But no, actually just gonna
good. Yeah.
just raid into another one, and that is very, very taxing. This is just insane number of swings. Off of those raid Speedo Sonics alone, that is 4 swings you have to worry about, right? And then just going to special the last body there, and yeah, that is game there.
Just go through it.
Yeah, that is very rough. Not able to seeing that one, that last impact there, that special coming in very, very clutch there, and just swinging the tempo back into Speedo Sonic's favor. And yeah, as long as that deck doesn't go against the Saitama deck, that deck is very, very scary.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, there's just so much pressure you can do. And again, I think another thing was that there was like an adaptation for what Kenshin's removal looks like.
Yep.
I think they were able to, you know, quote unquote, get out of an additional damage or 2 because they left their backline. Obviously, some impactful cards from both players' life too.
Yep.
But honestly, a real back and forth game. A lot of fun.
Yeah, very back and forth game, very fun, and it's good to see a deck like Speedo Sound Sonic. People were when I tell you people have been sleeping on the deck for a long while, and it's showcasing itself here today.
Yeah.
Going 2-0 right now is just insane. No one is expecting that in the room.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see our only Speedo Sound Sonic.
You were talking about it too. We were doing like some production stuff this morning. We were trying to get like some assets, like what decks are we expected to see?
Yep.
Just have like this little quick access folder, and that was not part of it, right?
No,
that was
not a
folder.
part of it.
No.
Our tech guy was like, "Oh, you did it again. This is a deck we weren't expecting." And it's just like, and that's the thing I love with UA is because like sometimes you will just bring a deck, it's your favorite IP, and you just like playing that deck, and the deck will do well for you. Sometimes you do get those lucky triggers, but like if you know the deck and you know your worst matchup, which is Saitama, and you don't expect to see people on it, it's a solid choice to bring it to one of these regionals.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm sure we're going to see some more interesting decks around the way, right? We have expected 7 guaranteed, likely 8 rounds today too. So we're at what, a quarter of the way through as well.
Yep.
And we should have a good amount of diversity moving forward too. But we're going to be done with this round. We're going to take a tiny break. We'll be in round 3 shortly, and we'll see you guys over there.
All right, guys, we are back for round number 3. So, a familiar face on the table this time around in Div being on the table, playing that red Kenshin today. And his opponent is going to be on that spicy black clover red. So, the red Asta deck. Another one of those decks that people thought is just by the wayside. It's okay at times, but coming into this and taking it, going 2-0 so far.
Yeah. Yeah, and as mentioned, yeah, Div's been playing a lot of Union Arena. Was able to get a top 8, or is it top 8 finish, right?
Yep, top
Okay.
8 finish the last time around, getting his lovely Tanjiro card. He is a big Demon Slayer fan. And now coming back, being 2-0. Yesterday, he was able to win out a side event, and he's looking to win the main event today. So
Yeah.
he wants to get that W on his name there. And very traditional start from both players here. So on one, you just play a 1-drop. On second turn, going into another body as well. I believe that is the Stepper Asta in the front there. That's that lovely alt art version. So being able to go in next turn for a swing or potentially stepping it back if you need to, and then passing it back over. So both decks are looking to be aggressive, but the red Asta does have that 5 cost that is able to pop a 4K body, and it has that deadly 4-1 Asta that you can basically be able to nullify or blank one card on your opponent's field as well.
Yeah, and so we've seen Red Kenshin quite a bit, right?
Yep.
And so the Red Asta deck's definitely a little bit less common for it. What
Yep.
do you say, like, the main kind of goal for this deck is?
Yeah, so the red Asta, what it wants to do, it wants to set up those double energies in the back, getting to that 4 to 5 threshold, so you only have to play one body, getting into that basically blank Asta, just being able to say, hey, I'm going to put a card under, I'm going to get impact, I'm going to get all that good stuff, and now one of your characters doesn't have its effects, which is a very strong effect as well. Being able to say, hey, this 4-cost Kenshin with double is just going to get blanked. The one with impact is just going to get blanked. Very strong card, and it's going to be looking to control the game with that 5-1 as well.
Yeah, and you know, there's not a lot. Like, I'd say, like, some decks just don't have a lot of like card effects that are active, right?
Yeah.
Or, you know, you push it up during the turn you play, and that's the most important turn for it. But Kenshin, I think, is an exception, right?
Yeah.
Because of all these cards having this kind of floating effect, it's a little bit more important to be able to, you know, make it sure that, so if they try to attack something, it actually gets sidelined, not push into your energy, making you lose some energy too. And I think that's really important.
Yep, and how Div is playing this here is just like how we saw the red Kenshin from last round, just going on the aggressive. So basically going to play the Kaioru to get that double energy eventually online, and also going to have all that good stuff as well. So looking to get at least one swing in here, and he still has that 1 AP as well. So I believe he is producing enough here. And also is just going to come down with this Kenshin in the front line as well. So moving into attacks here, first swing is going to be coming in, going to choose the first life. It's just going to be top one there. And that is going to be an active trigger and just passing it back over. So pretty okay turn 3 there. And now it's back over to our Asta player here. So our Asta player here is kind of just chilling. Hopefully he has a double energy here. That would be really nice. So he can raid over that Leeb, because that Leeb in the back can be raided as if it was an Asta. So that is pretty good as well. So sometimes when you can't find your Astas, you can just use that Leeb here. But we here are just going to see the push up here and see what he does here to potentially deal with this front line.
Right, paying 1, yep, for another one of our step Astas there in the back. Now generating 3 energy, which then lets us play that in the front.
Yeah, so the Noel Silva there just coming down into the front. And usually that is the double energy you want there, but it looks like he's kind of just setting up for future turns here, just having the big Noel into the front, and Div is just going to block out here as well. So passing it back over to Div, and Div now is comfy right now because that Kaioru is in the back line there as well. That is going to allow him to draw at the end of turn as long as it's active. So going to push up a Kenshin here. and probably looking, hopefully has the 2-cost generator. And like I mentioned, the 2-cost generator here, gonna play it, get that discard as well. So he is producing 4 right now. And because he pitched a card, he gets to make that active. And then going into that raid Kenshin. So we did see this Kenshin put a lot of pressure. This is the on raid, draw 1, and when swinging, you can discard a card to restand it. So basically getting an additional swing as well. And he has 1 last AP. So if he can raid another one, and this is the pushback Kenshin, and we didn't see this earlier, but this pushback Kenshin is huge. This is a full energy line. So one of those bodies in the front line is going to have to go to the removal area. And then this is the devastating part about Kenshin, especially when you have a full energy line, and why you never want to have a full energy line against red Kenshin.
Yeah. Yeah, because now you're going to end up losing, a couple of your cards. And I mean, we have this weird thing, right? All these are single energy generators, right? We've got this double energy generator that we don't really mind pushing to the back either. So, but yeah, I think we are going to lose quite a few cards to these double raids.
Yep. So here the swing is going to come in. That discard is discarding the 4/2 Kenshin there to get a restand. Hopefully no specials here. Ooh, and that's the raid. Asta, I believe that is the 4/1 raid here.
Yeah, this is actually pretty tough. Obviously, specials are always like the best things for you to hit to get straight removal, but you can use this to raid. This will prevent you from, the pushback effect from another one of these two. Yep. But it looks like
just gonna raid there, put the card under, and then basically being able to blank out that Kenshin as well. So taking that Kenshin off the impact swing there. So now it's just a vanilla 4K.
And it doesn't push back either, which is huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could have pushed that up too, right? But it looks like we could have been an issue with trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Why do you think we didn't push up? I guess.
Why we didn't push up? Probably just didn't. I'm not actually sure. Usually you would just push up here, right?
Yeah.
It's very rarely that you keep a raid. It's not like there are cards that can say, "Hey, I can special during mid attack," right? So I guess just respecting the fact, and unfortunately hitting a color there, taking away one of those swings, and this block is just going to come out here.
Yeah, because I mean, we could have pushed it up, and then we could have gone one of the blocks, and then we could have at least pushed it back again. So I feel like we could have mitigated one more damage if that was the case, but maybe I'm incorrect.
Yeah, maybe just playing it a little bit safe. But like you said, I don't see the point of keeping it back there. Maybe just respecting it, I guess. But we'll never know.
yeah. I'm sure there's a reason. I would just say that I personally do not know what it would be. So.
All right, so we're going with a quad push, or a triple push, I should say, up into the front line here. And then going to bring back that Noel as well, because that Noel does have step.
Yeah.
So having 3 energy to work with here. Oop, just deciding. Yep, taking the time. So 4 energy to work with here. So if he can find another energy here, he can just say, all right. So going to play the Knocked here. So the Knocked on play is going to get him a card, I believe.
Yep, draw a card. You get to play it set active to your field too. It does cost 2 action points. And when attacking, choose one of your Officer or Libe cards on your field, gains 1,000 to the end of the turn, and then place the top card of your deck face down underneath that chosen card. So.
Yep. Very solid card there. Another 4K swinger as well. And now the question is, does he have the 5/1 Asta? He can use an AP extender here, play a body in the back, and then raid the 5/1 Asta over the Libe. That is definitely a choice there as well. Nope, just going to hit it with a special. So getting rid of the double swinger Kenshin as well. And another
double special. Wow.
Oof.
That is tough.
That is very, very tough. And man, these Kenshins have just been eating these double specials today. And going to tuck a card under the Libe and just going in with a 4K swing here. Nothing off that first 4K swing. Going in for another swing here. Going to draw that block and then coming in with a second 4K swing.
Oh, okay, and we do have an active trigger. It was not a raid one, so understood. So, all right. Well, we're going back to Div's turn. Not a lot of resources here, but again, we do have like a pretty good draw engine. We currently are showing 4 energy as well. So we do have some plays. I think the biggest issue is that we need to be able to find, another raid target. So thinking about pushing something up to the front here. Yeah, we do get that pushed up. And we're looking there. So I think we're generating, I think, 2 energy right now. We're going to use an action point here. Play another Kamiya there as well. Being able to get that boost to our Kenshin. Playing, our own special. Okay. And then our own special, double special. You're like, you know what? I got hit by it. You're going to have to, face the consequences of it too. And then we're, no raids right now. I do think this is a good position to set up for raids as well. So looking at the life here, ends up hitting an Asta raid, I believe, but I don't think we have the card for it. That might not have been Asta raid.
Looking like here, I think he only has 4 energy available to him. So if that was a 5-1 there, not having enough to raid over there. So just going to end up passing it back over to our Kenshin player here. And like back and forth this game.
Yes, a lot of back and forth.
A lot of back and forth, very grindy. You expect the aggro decks to just aggro all the time. And we've been, this weekend, we have been proven wrong when it comes to the aggro decks, just basically going the distance. So 2 life on the side of our Asta player here, 4 to the side of our Kenshin player here. And yeah, these are the type of games I love. I love when the games are grindy. It's not just a one-sided game, and it really comes down to those little micro decisions that will really determine the game.
Yeah, and I haven't been following Union Arena as close recently. But I've been around since the beginning of it, and it's just like the game has kind of changed tempo a little bit too, right? It was pretty common, like just try to get 4 bodies on your front line as soon as possible. Then you kind of have this 1-for-1 trade-off. Now I think it feels like it's a little bit rarer, right? There's just a lot of times where you have 3 up, you want to try to get that kind of in between of pressing damage, but also being defensive. And it looks like we do have the raid there for the Noel, so being able to get impact for the turn, as long as we use an event, which I believe we have. Plus 1,000, and just a lot of pressure here.
Yep, so 3 swings potentially coming down here, and you're definitely going to block one of these. So more than likely, only 1 swing will be coming through, but we'll definitely have to see. So Div just going to end up taking this early one here, and this is going to be, I believe this is the alt art of the 1 cost.
Yeah, and maybe just confirming there, because it is the 1 cost. Is it an active trigger?
Yes, I believe it's an active trigger there. So just getting the active trigger. So basically starving off some of the damage. So basically going to target the Kaihoru and then get that plus 3k, and then not having to worry about taking 2 potential swings there.
Yeah, really good. All right.
So right now, Div is in quite a position here. So hopefully he can see a Kenshin raid, getting the impact. So he just plays the 4-2. So the 4-2 allows him to discard a card and then make it active. And then he's just going to put another Kenshin to the front as well. So just looking down and seeing what Kenshin swings he has here. So going to swing 4K. We definitely know the blocks are going to come in for sure, because like you said, with the Kenshin, it doesn't actually destroy anything. It actually just pushes back everything, right? So
yeah.
So it is perfectly fine to block out these swings here.
Yeah, and I think our Asta player, no cards in hand, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think 1 card in hand for Div too. Yeah. So we're really approaching top deck scenario as well.
And now this swing here should just get blocked by the Noel, and then it's a pass back over. And that is the one thing that Kenshin struggles with.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have that Kenshin that says that you can negate the effects of all other Kenshin cards on the field. It's very hard to deal with a lot of bodies, especially if you don't see your removal.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very and it's a double-edged sword, really.
Yes, yeah.
Very double-edged sword. So back over to our red Asta player. So we're just going to have to see what they can do here. If they can get a removal here as well, maybe another impactor, that would be nice. But with only 2 cards in hand, especially after that AP draw, not much you can do. You might just have to say, hey, I have a body I can put to the back. I'll push up another body, consistently swing 4, and hopefully you're not able to block these, because this Noel is being 4K definitely means a swing will get through here unless Div is willing to block at least one of them.
Yeah, and if an event is played, it does get, again, that boost for impact as well.
Yeah.
Other than that, no real, just a big 4K threat as well. Asking to look through the sideline for Div.
Yep. Seeing how many specials have I seen so far? Probably, I don't think we've seen one on the side of Kenshin. So specials are a huge potential in those last 3 life there as well. We haven't seen a lot of raids as well. What would be devastating here, we saw it, the pushback raid defensively, it is very, very strong. And we actually see the Asta, that looks like the Asta raid coming down. Yep. So that is the Asta raid. That is the 4-1. So basically going to be able to blank out one of those bodies there. So just basically making it a vanilla. And then also going to use the Noel effect there as well to discard a card. So here we're going to see a swing coming down. This is just a 4K swing here. So just going to decide what you want to potentially block with here. Honestly, you can take this life here, going down to 2, or just block it out. One of these swings will be getting in. So
yeah,
normally,
there's no way you're blocking all these, right? So.
Yeah. So normally, what you would do here is you would take this first swing because you know you're gonna block. Maybe get a special so you don't have to take an additional 4K swing here. So this is just gonna block, and then this Asta will just swing, and it has to take a face down card from it, and here we're just gonna get what looks like,
I think it's an active trigger, right? But
that was actually the final.
Oh, the final
the oath
trigger.
not to kill. Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so you definitely don't want to see that there. But realistically, you would have wanted to see that as your last life, but that's okay.
Yeah, and one thing too, like there's definitely been, I think, a lot more people who go up and down. They don't just choose, I would say, quote unquote, in order anymore. There's just a lot of choicing for this, and technically it's always random, right? It doesn't make a functional difference per se, but yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people try to find the cards that they really want, or really randomly choose here. So a Kenshin raid is nice.
Yep.
Might be a little bit too late for it because we're only at 1 more action point, and it would be our 3rd card here, but it will at least offer some pressure for us. But again, like once we are in the spot where we set up our good front line, we don't really have to do anything about, we don't really have to play as much backline cards. It means that we're a little bit more susceptible to not getting our raid triggers and stuff. But this is a bit of a tough spot for Div.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot. He would have loved to see those Kenshin raids earlier, especially on that wide board when the threat of the Asta wasn't so prevalent. But he honestly here you kind of want to go into it just because you want to push back 1, and because the Kenshin also has impact as well, he can get a guaranteed swing in and at least get 2 bodies here getting pushed back as well. So that will definitely also compromise the energy line as well. No, so Div actually opting to just play out, it looks like the 4-2, and then discarding the card to make it active as well. So here, just a 4K vanilla swing coming in, and then the question is our Asta player going to take this here, or actually just going to get the block? And actually going to just take it, and it is a Noel, and unfortunately for Div, not having enough AP here to raid into the impactor would have been huge here. So yeah, just swinging out and getting that 1 push back there. So looking very comfy here for the side of Asta as well. But Div, that Kenshin onslaught at the front line looking really, really strong as well.
Yeah, and I know it's active information that we've got. We have a raid with impact, right, in hand, right? So being down to 1 life is actually quite dire here. You kind of have to win here because otherwise you can just get impacted for game next turn.
Yep, impacted for game, and the threat of like you only I believe he only has one card in hand as well, so he has to do something here to be able to deal with this board.
Yeah.
Even
Also, all of these Kenshins have nullify impact, right? Which is huge.
yeah, yeah,
So even if you have like double impact, you can't go for game. You got to find something a little bit extra to be able to get that. And when 2 special triggers already gone, it's going to be very tough.
yep. And that's the thing, right? When you use that early game special, when it comes to these late game times, you really want to see them. And the chances of you seeing two more of them is very, very unlikely. But we do see him flashing one here, so he did actually find the third. And now the question is, which one do you take out here? Because it doesn't matter; they're all Kenshin, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, all right, cool. We'll get rid of, I guess, and that's the 4K blocker, right?
yeah.
So yeah, get rid of the slightly larger number. We kind of have to.
Yeah. So so this Noel is now online. So just going in for a swing here. So guaranteed going to take this block here for sure because he doesn't want to go down to 1. I believe if I'm correct, Div will stay at 1 because if he blocks here, there's 3 more swings in. So he honestly, what I would do here is I would take this one. I would take this one, see if I can see a special trigger because we haven't
special
seen
trigger, active trigger, right? Because you need one of these Kenshins to survive, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he actually just decides to go for the block here, going in for another swing here, and
yeah, gets the block there, and it will survive. Yep.
Going to swing here. Now he takes this one, hoping for an active trigger, hoping for a special.
Ooh, a raid.
That raid is huge right there. And now this is a pushback and another impactor as well, because we know he has the guaranteed one in hand. And what a raid trigger there. Huge for Div, because if this is a last life final, he will at least have a 2 impact swing here. Huge raid there.
Yeah. And, all things considered, right, I think he was in the lead on a lot of this too, but just great sequencing from Div here, being able to get the the great raid and double impact here. So
and he gets a second pushback here as well. So even if it's a final into final, he'll still have that 1 swing as well with the Kyogre.
Yeah, and just deciding what we get pushed into or get removed from game here, and just looking through this, making sure there's nothing crazy. Asking himself how many final triggers do they have? And we've seen it before. I don't want to be commentary for it, but this is I think the best bet for success here. Going to give the plus 1,000 here as well, and going to go 4,000 impact.
Yep, 4,000 impact. No cheeky shenanigans. Just going to go straight for it, hoping for the final trigger, and no final trigger. GG's, Div end up taking it.
He did have the final trigger left too. There was 2 in that life, so but yeah, that's a crazy final as well.
Yeah, crazy final, crazy last 2 life there into that raid for the pushback, and also having the raid in hand just to push back another body, and he was also protected as well. So a little bit of protagonist privilege there on the side of Div, having that glorious last 2 life to be able to protect him to take that game.
Yeah, and I don't think that the raid was great. With knowing that they had the impact there, it was not needed necessarily for what they had in their life too. But producing double impact just made it exponentially more possible for him to win that. So it went from I'd say there's a bit of a win more there, but you could still be punished if that last life on the other side was a final.
Yeah, for sure. So round number 3, we've seen a lot of Kenshin so far. Even just walking around the room, we've seen a lot of Kenshin. I'm glad that we're at least seeing some diverse decks here.
Yeah.
The Red Asta was one that I know some people were talking about. I know someone who was supposed to be here this weekend who really wanted to jam that as well. Even like yesterday when I was looking at the side events, a lot of people were jamming this deck because it does have a pretty decent Kenshin matchup.
It looks close, right? There are a lot of difficult decisions you had to make. And again, if you are a deck that can just survive off 2 cards in your energy line, Kenshin becomes way more manageable.
Oh, yes, for sure. But going into round number 4 now, so we're going to go to scout the room a little bit.
I think there is a lunch break.
I believe they're on a lunch break.
Yes.
Yep. So we will be back in a little bit. We'll have our lunch break, and we'll be back with everything, okay? So it should be around, I believe, 12:30.
12:30 EST.
Yeah.
So our yeah 12:30. Yep. So which is about 40 minutes or so from here. So
Yep.
we'll do that. We'll see you guys in a little bit, and see you guys in round number 4.
Number 4. All right, guys, welcome back for round number 4. The players are well rested, got that little lunch break in them. We got some food as well, and we are back. So, again, today we have a lot of surprises today, and this time we have blue Kenshin versus red Kenshin. Uh,
Yeah, and we've seen red Kenshin be good. We've seen blue Kenshin be good, but or sorry, purple Kenshin be good, but blue Kenshin definitely a little bit atypical to see, especially 3-0 so far
yeah,
today, right?
Yep, 3-0. So both players battling it out. And this Blue Kenshin player here, he is someone who is actively in the community as well on the online scene. You've probably seen him one or two times before. And he decided to bring this Blue Kenshin list. And it is a very interesting list.
Hmm.
Being able to, it looks like it kind of plays like a Renji Rush style, where the 4-1 raid can actually de-raid itself to put the baby Aoshi on the board, and then being able to, it cannot swing for that turn, but you can raid over it, and then being able to swing with that raid body, because raid does get rid of those negative effects. So it's kind of cool to see it in action. So hopefully we get to see the full extent here. Um,
Yeah, it's just like a real interesting combination, and kind of the same thing. Kenshin has some of these times where you have like these negative effects that affect your own cards, but
mhm.
if you find ways to drop it off, you do get these bonuses, which is nice.
Yep, for sure. And this blue deck also, very weirdly, has some neat recursion as well, being able to bring back those low-cost bodies and set up for your raid potential. And all of the 4-1s in this deck also do something in addition as well. And the deck is also really good because it has quite a few nullify impacts in the deck as well.
Yeah.
So pretty easygoing start for both players here. No big surprises. And one thing about this red Kenshin deck, I was talking to the player earlier, and he was showing me this is a fully max rarity Kenshin deck here with pre-releases and everything.
Yeah,
So
and yeah, because we did hit what a quick special trigger, right?
yep,
We see the pre-release stamp on there too,
yep.
and yeah, very very pretty deck.
Yes, indeed. And so right now, no, both players don't have a front line, and the red Kenshin player just deciding, hey, what do I want to do here on this turn? Do I want to be on the aggressive side here? Because a lot, like I said, this deck is very unexpected. Not a lot of people have played against this deck, and the fact that it's here 3-0, it's just like, what is this guy doing that I'm not doing, right?
Yeah, and it's intimidating, right? You're sitting down. It's probably a little bit lax after lunch, and you're like, I do not know what my opponent's cards do, and we're going into round 4. We're halfway through this tournament. I got to kind of find out, adapt what's going on.
Yep, and it looks like here, just going to go into the 4-1. That is the one that draws a card and on swing. We've seen how strong this card is, just being able to do that early game pressure. And this is probably the best way to approach it, because you are on that red Kenshin. Just saying, hey, I don't care what your deck is trying to do. I'm just going to go on the aggressive. I want to be the one pressing the totals here. And we'll definitely get to see that full range of Kenshin, and what a beautiful alt art that is.
Yeah. I hopefully not the only alt art we see from here, because
Yep,
those raids are very important for this deck.
yep. Very, very important indeed. So here we're going to use that effect to give that protection to that Kenshin from character abilities, and then it's going to look to swing here. So going to swing low first here, just respecting that color trigger. And here we're seeing the Aoshi raid getting added to hand. And like I said, opponent definitely doesn't know what this deck does, so is reading up on that Aoshi. And like I mentioned, what it does it gets plus 1k when you raid it, and you can activate main to unraid it by taking the source underneath it, putting it active into the front line, and then using it as a raid target for another raid if you have it as well. And here we're just seeing a couple of swings going in here. So going down to 4 on the side of blue here. And very, very aggressive start. No surprise here.
Right, and we just don't have. We need to try to establish something on the front line here. I think, like, yeah, just kind of preemptively saying, I'm going to play this card. You don't know what it is, so here it is.
Yep,
I'll explain what I'm doing as I do it.
yep, for sure. And this looks like here. I just have to double check on which card this is here. I believe that was the. So this is the movement of flowing water. So essentially what this does is you get to play a 1 Aoshi with the required energy of 2 costs or less, and 1 AP from your hand or sideline, and then you get to set it active the field, and then this character gains this character cannot attack, and if this character is active at the end of your attack phase, you have to sideline it, and if you played a card from your hand, you get to draw a card. So not only does he get to play a body, it also gets to you get to draw a card as well. So it replaces itself, and then you can just raid over it. And here we see the activate main effect here is going to derate itself to be able to play that Aoshi, and then using the Aoshi on play to get to draw 1, discard 1.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you mentioned, right? You kind of have these raid effects, right? If you don't have anything underneath it, you lose their additional effects, but you will be able to get those. You still get to get the when played, then activate main, get rid of the bottom card, and being able to create new cards from underneath is really nice.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yep, getting to reuse those babies there. This draw 1, trash 1, just being able to go with, even deeper, looking for those raids here. And this vanilla Aoshi here now, that's a 5K swing coming in, right? And then every turn after that, it will be a 4K swing. So it's just like super, super good. It's the pressure and keeping up in hand size as well. You think, oh, I'm just derating myself. I'm not a raid unit anymore, but you're a 5K. And here we see the 3rd raid in the turn coming down.
Yeah.
And going to use the effect again, and just seeing everything here. Triple raid in a turn. And again, you can just derate it and set it up for the 4th raid. But one of the downsides of this deck, what that looks like to me, is that because you're derating yourself and it looks like he only has the 4 raids here, you will eventually run out of raids for this Aoshi.
Yeah. So, as mentioned, right? Like double raids already kind of like a little bit inconsistent to do, a little bit lucky. So the triple is super fantastic. Blues kind of always had a little bit more card draw though, to let you find some more of these raids, and the kind of the trade-off is the raid maybe not as powerful necessarily, but we do have just being able to establish all these bodies. Our front line was completely empty, and now we triple raided up the front there.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure coming in on the side of the blue Kenshin, and this is like both boards are like insanely strong here. Like both players have had a great opening few turns here, both at 4 life here. So this is looking like it's going to go the distance, coming down to those last couple of crucial turns. And like we said before, we love to see this here.
Yeah, sure do.
All right, so decisions here. What to do to deal with this kind of weird board state here, especially not knowing like what your opponent's cards do, what could come out of life. Obviously, the triggers are the same, but you never know if they're running something else. That unknown factor is always very, very good in these tournaments because some games you'll just be able to get it on that alone.
Yeah, and so luckily for the raid there, to pop out the other body is activate main, right? So it's not the same thing as being able to, essentially if you could like move up raid and then pop another boy underneath it, so you went from like no blockers to 2 blockers.
Crazy.
Great value swing, right? So that's for better or for worse, not how that one works, but being able to it's always nice to be able to put yourself in these positions where if you do end up having a raid, you can get the max value from it off of life.
Yep, for sure. And we still haven't also seen the 4 ones as well. One of them, I believe, also comes in active if you meet the conditions, and then you have the nullify impact. That is another raid. So 8 total raids that you can potentially do, but still very, very strong indeed. And here we're just seeing the pushback Kenshin come in, being able to say, hey, I'm going to push back. And I believe that is just the regular one there, or that's the 2-star. All these fancy altars just look really, really nice. So I can't actually see just because of the camera angle there, but just going to put another Kenshin into the back there. And this is looking like a 5 potential swings here. Going to discard one. That hand size is getting a little bit low on the Kenshin side. Going to get that restand. And the question is, am I going to be taking a hit here, or am I just going to let it go through?
Right, just gonna let it go through. No trigger off of the life there.
Yep, and then
Still four more attacks. Yeah, that's absurd.
Yep. So here, swing coming in. Going to let it go through. Top life.
Ooh, it's a special. Oh no, it's not. It's the active.
Active. Yep. Yep.
So I see one of those every time. Like, oh, it has to be special. It's special or final, right? What's the 50-50? But this one, the active trigger for this card's really fantastic. We saw it earlier, so not surprised to see more copies of it.
Yep. So another swing here, just going to block this, and then going to go in with that impact swing here, and then putting it down to one life.
Another active, yeah.
Another active trigger, and like you were mentioning earlier, the active triggers, man, sometimes they just come up in the worst positions.
Yeah, they love to be the last hit for turn. It just happens so often in my experience.
Yep, and down to one life here on the side of Blue Aoshi, in a very, very rough position here. Kenshin just having an amazing start here. Just being able to go into the double swinger, going into the pushback as well. And as good as this, like the potential of this Blue Aoshi, we're just seeing the powerhouse of Kenshin here. Kenshin just saying, going up the gates, going fast, not seeing the life for the Blue Aoshi player a little bit rough as well, and not seeing anything there. The active was nice, but not seeing a special there to probably deal with the Kenshin swings here. And yeah, this, unless our Blue Aoshi player here can come up with something insane on this turn, it's going to spell doom for him next turn.
Yeah, being at one is quite a tough spot, especially when there's just so many 4Ks on the other side. Impact has some potential to hit the board too. I think we've got what, nullify impact on the opponent's side as well, so it's asking for a lot.
Yeah, it is asking for a ton here. So just going to get that draw one, trash one, and we see the nullify impact one here coming down, and he will be able to look at the top three cards of his deck, reveal up to one Oni Waben group. I probably butchered that name. Affinity card or event. He can actually search the special here, and then add it to hand, and then place the remaining to the bottom. And then it looks like he is going to be finding that special there to get rid of a body. So basically what the special says, he can choose up to one character with 3,000 or less VP on your opponent's front line and sideline it. And then for each Aochi on the board, you can increase that threshold by 1,000. So a very good removal. Potentially you can get up to 8K with this, but this is a 6K removal. So swing coming in here, going to get another Aoshi swing here. Just going to end up taking it, going down to one, and then nothing there. Swing, going to block here, and then going to swing again. Has to take another block with the nullify impact on board. The question is, does he have the pushback potentially for the nullify impact that's board? And we see here he did draw into it. He does have the pushback with the double impact. So even if there's a final there, it looking like it's spelling doom. But you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, we've got the full 3 action points. We're generating what, I think 5 energy right now with one of those Kenshins in the back being able to be raided into it if we need to.
Yep. An insane play here. What would have to happen is we would have to get a final into a final. It has happened before. It has happened to me.
Yeah.
But final into final just saves you the game there. So just thinking here what to do. And yeah, probably just going to go straight in, push up the one body, look at the top 3, hopefully seeing another Kenshin. If he has an extender, he can also look to do an extension play as well, just to secure it. Especially in a game like Union Arena, sometimes that's how the game goes, where you do get into those finals into finals. So just has to do just doing his due diligence.
Yeah. I think that's very fair. You gotta, as mentioned, there's so many times where you're like, well, technically you could have won if you played it out, 100% correctly. And I know like some people are like, man, I feel like I've lost, and they're, doing all these extra plays. Why are they doing that? And it's really because like, man, I need to just make sure that I can get there. So, but yeah, we do have like some extra removal, some pushback, some some resting of some cards, and yeah, just going to have to get the block there, push it back,
Yep, and then
and
there's the GGs.
yeah.
Yeah, so Red Kenshin just going burr right there, getting the super aggressive start, and that honestly that was the pretty much perfect curve Kenshin there. Everything went well there for him. He was able to see the raids on time. He got into the correct raid there, not getting into the pushback early, and there was a final in the last life as well.
Yeah.
Man, these
Uh,
Kenshin players
it-
have seen it today.
they are some strong decks when they have. I mean, when you have a lot of cards that one, you can run a bunch of Kenshins, right? You're not going to have a time when your raid cards are going to miss targets often. You have a lot of different ways for you to get advantage from you hitting you, right?
Yep.
There's not like I think the only weakness we've seen is that sometimes that pushback is worse than just the straight KO, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well is like with a deck like this that is so aggressive and has little to no weaknesses when it comes to like the pushback. Like like you did mention, is one of the downsides, but like that's negligible when it comes to everything else, right? If I'm just pushing back my opponent's bodies, but I'm doing like 4, 5, 6 swings in a turn,
Yeah.
like that's nothing.
For
Right.
sure. And I think, but also, showing off Blue Kenshin, deck was really strong. Put them
Yep.
down to 1 life, right? So
Yep.
not an easy task all the time. Made them worried, had to, put them on it as well. And honestly, I think with just like a minor different, like trigger luck on either side,
Yep.
outcome could be a lot different too.
Yep.
So definitely not an unwinnable game. And I think was a good showcase that, yeah, Blue Kenshin's also good, by the way, in case
Yep.
you guys want to test it out.
Yep. I know a lot of people saw the Blue Kenshin initially and was just like, yeah, this is not going anywhere, right? But shout outs to our Blue Kenshin player for showcasing that it doesn't, like I said, like we were saying earlier, it doesn't matter what deck you bring to these events. If you like it, you lab it and you practice it, do the little tech that you need to do. You can definitely bring it up and do well in these events as well.
For sure.
That being said, so we're going into round number 5 right now.
Yeah.
And we'll have plenty more Union Arena. We have 7 guaranteed, potentially 8 rounds of Union Arena today. And if you are a Fusion World fan, we will have a little bit of Fusion World as well. We will have the finals for that here a little bit later. But we are going to take a little break. We'll be right back for round number 5 for our Union Arena regionals.
See you guys then.
Here in Gatineau.
Yep.
All right, welcome back to round number 5, and finally, no red Kenshin this time. Table 1, and we have a very interesting matchup in Purple Saito versus Roy Mustang.
Yeah, yeah. And so we are going to round 5. Both players are currently 4-0 right now since this is table 1. And, we're halfway through this event approximately. I would expect 8 rounds today. We had
Yeah.
like, what, 250-ish? So there's a small chance of 7 rounds, but I think 8 is pretty common at this point. So we're starting us off. We do see, again, yeah, the purple on the other side. And we're going to start off with 2. And, oh, no, we're
Ooh.
having to use a AP draw 1 here. And we can't escape, I think, an entire live stream without one of our matches unfortunately having this happen to them, right?
Yeah, and this is the very unfortunate thing. Sometimes in UA, even after the mulligan, you just don't see it there. And having to AP draw, having to be forced to discard there, very, very unfortunate. Um, but I've seen games in this position before where people are able to recover from this. So don't count them out just yet. And was that a pass back as well?
It might have been a pass back, but
Ooh.
no.
Okay,
I was
okay.
gonna say, yeah,
I was
yeah.
super scared there for a second.
I think they're just adjusting their action points
Okay,
and
okay,
listed
okay.
them. So yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, hopefully finding a 0 cost. We're gonna get 2 more chances next turn as
yeah.
well. And there's always this thing, right? We didn't see the opening hand. Sometimes it's like, well, I found 1 0 cost, but I want to get a little bit greedier. And sometimes
Yeah.
that gets to 0 cost. But the Saito here being able to push out, when you see this happen to your opponent, you're like, I got to be a little bit aggressive, right? I got
Yeah.
to really try to put the timer on them because I will be able to, this effect that I have plays and you don't have plays means I
Mhm.
should make as much pressure as I can.
Yeah, especially like you as a player don't usually like to do that, but if you see your opponent, especially in these tournaments here, you're just gonna have to go for it because you can't be friendly in these tournaments here for
No.
sure.
So we ended up getting a draw trigger and then another draw. So hopefully off 2 draws, we're able to find a 0 cost here, and we
And let's
do. All
go.
right, so we've got a game. Good to see. We lost out on 1 extra action point, right, which is a little unfortunate. The other thing too is that
Hmm.
weirdly enough, right, Roy Mustang is a deck that you want to have 0 cards. Like you get kind of rewarded for having a low hand size. So
Yep.
the early extra draw that you have to do is a little bit unfortunate,
Y-
but it can go into some bigger cards as well. So we're just going to be able to pass there, get some more cycle there, and see what our Saito deck's able to do.
Yeah, and luckily here, Saito is a deck that likes to kind of play a more slower game plan anyways, because it tries to get into that 6-cost Saito, where you can swing from the energy line, bring it up, and then get that snipe as well. So this is actually not too bad for Roy Mustang,
Mm-hmm.
just playing a little bit of a slower game here, because that deck also just likes to remove bodies off the board. We saw it in LA, where Roy Mustang was doing an insane number on some Kenshin decks. So this is actually perfectly fine for Roy Mustang, and they definitely can still grind back up into this game.
Yeah. And I believe that's a tournament promo Saito, right? Or is that a
I believe that's the starter deck promo.
star
Correct.
deck promo?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong in chat. Um, but yeah, going into the 4-cost raid here, so this raid will allow him to look at the top 5 and get a card from there as well. And that card does also have Nullify Impact as well. So
Oh, very nice.
pretty solid. Usually, uh, you want that in the later game when you know they're, especially if you're against Red Kenshin, all those impacts there. But because you know your opponent's Rick, you can afford to go a little bit more aggressively here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do get the raid there. We go into our Saito here. So yeah, very nice.
Yep. Very solid. So playing like normally when it comes to this deck, you want to be at 6 or 5, just like any deck that wants the 6 energy. But just playing a more like kind of rush style with the deck and swinging here into life, going to get that get trigger and making another swing. Oh, look
Another
at all
get. Oh my
all these
goodness.
get triggers, and we know where these zeros are, and this is going to be a draw card. This is a very rare sight here, having Mustang on so many cards
Yeah,
in
I think
hand.
there's like 12 cards in hand right now, right?
Yeah,
So hopefully has some plays to use them. And I'd say again, like Mustang is like one of the best decks to be able to convert that. into, more removal power card for card. So it will be a boon, but we're a little bit behind on tempo.
Yep, and you know for a fact that he has some AP extenders in hand just because of all that draw and all that. Usually, when you are bricked up like that, when you have a bunch of mid-game cards, you definitely have the extenders to make these big plays here. And Roy Mustang is that guy.
Yeah,
He will make use of all of those cards, and if he needs to remove something, he'll just go up into the raid. He'll raid the Riza Hawkeye to minus the 1K, and like I said, those extenders are what's really gonna bring him back into this game. We're gonna see a Riza raid here at some point here, minusing 1K, and then going into yep, we already see the minus 1K on the Saito, and then going into that raid Roy Mustang, and this card is huge. It does a lot. So if you have 0 cards in hand, it has impact, and when swinging, you can, I believe the base for it is 2K, but you can remove cards out of your hand to increase that by 1,000. So this is going to be a big turn here coming up with the double restand here, and going for it. And this is just going to be a lot of tempo swing here for him as well.
And it's base 1,000, but first discard is 2,000, and then 1,000 each. So sometimes you don't have to even discard a card if you get the reduction into the range you need. But if we also have like a second Mustang that we can play here, I don't think we have the energy for it, right? Because we're at I think we're only at 3 energy right now, right?
Yeah.
Because we have to raid one of our Mustangs in the back. But yeah, being able to get like a force removal here is going to be very strong.
Actually, I believe we're at 4 because that Riza there is a double energy as well.
Okay. It is a double energy.
So
good.
actually, one interesting card here we see, and one of my pet cards for this for blue in Full Metal Alchemist is this Edward Elric here. So this Edward Elric is very interesting. On play, you can actually take a life to make it active, and then you can discard 2 cards from your hand to gain impact as well. So very, very strong card. And we see also the 4-1, just the other non-raid Roy Mustang also coming down. So playing the defensive game here. And here we see Roy Mustang climbing back into the game here with all of these bodies. And now Saito has prime opportunity to play a double energy, play a body right into the 6-cost Saito, and get a snipe off here as well.
Yeah, so, not too much to ask for, I think, here. But looks like we don't have that play if we are playing the Kenshin out here. Even if you're not playing red Kenshin, we do have some Kenshin cards here.
Yep.
And reading and making sure we know what that does.
Yep. So I believe this 4-2. This is the 4-2 Kenshin that allows him to play a body, if I recall correctly. So he is going to play that body into the back line there. Doesn't have the usual double energy that you want to play off of this. Just going to raid into that 4-1 Saito again, searching for that double energy, it looks like. And that's the one thing about these Saito decks and these 6-cost type decks is you need to see those double energies. If you're not seeing them, it's very, very tough.
For sure. So gets another one off there, right? So the card draw potential from this is nice. Making sure reading it that yes, you can get a copy of itself off of it as well. You just look at your top 5 for a Kenshin, a Hajime Saito, or a Sagara among the man to your hand. So
yep, one of the rare searchers that actually allows you to search for himself.
Yeah,
I think Kenshin is the Kenshin set is one of the few sets that actually allows you to search itself.
Yeah.
Coming from other games, searchers are not usually able to search themselves, and here we get a Riza Hawkeye search right here, and being able to minus 1K to that Saito, so stopping a potential swing and getting that. That top deck manipulation, as I believe it's a top deck manipulation.
Yeah, look top 4, add 1 to the top, bottom the rest of the 3. So, just finding the best card for the next turn as well. We've got a pretty wide board now, and I was saying that we were kind of behind on tempo, right? And because of that, we were behind on life. But looking like we're kind of stabilizing here at 2. We could get some good blocks here as well. And now I'm kind of worried for the purple Kenshin player a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling you earlier. Even though we had that abysmal start,
yeah,
Roy Mustang is that type of deck that can just come back out of nowhere all you need to do is see that train. And we saw how the AP extenders was able to just basically press. And here we're using a fan favorite card. The military is crazy, I believe.
Is in trouble. Yes.
Is in trouble. The
Yes.
Japanese one is the military is crazy. But being able to just draw 2 cards, and if you are, I believe the condition for that card is if you have 2 cards in hand, you can draw an additional card.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can convert into, if it's the only card in your hand, you convert into a draw 3, which is quite
Yep.
nice. The other thing about Roy is that it's every when attacking, right? So
Yep.
I would say that it is one of the rare cards in this game that still has value after the first turn you play it, right?
Yep.
And so, discarding cards for, quote unquote free removal every turn is huge.
Yes. What I like to compare this deck to is when Purple's Code Geass came out with those mechs and stuff like that, just being able to minus the BP and just taking care of bodies on the board. Roy Mustang does a similar job, but depending on your build, like this is using the Edward Elric as well, just being able to put that additional pressure, which is a very, very nice addition to this deck as well.
Yep. So we reduced it to 2,000. We discard 1 card to make the range of our removal 2,000, and now we just get to hit into anything.
Yep, and here comes the comeback from Roy Mustang, and very like the show, he's just going at it and just putting on the aggression here, and going in. Another 4K swing coming down, and these are just all 4K swings on the board.
Are. So you were hoping to find maybe like an active trigger or something. Ends up finding, was this the color trigger, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yep, the color trigger being able to get a 2 cost or less from the trash and bringing it back, and just deciding which one he wants to bring back here. And that's the one thing with purple, right? Usually you have so many things on the trash. There's so many options, especially if you want to re-get it, like let's say, for example, on play, or you need to get one of the searches, or you just need one of the vanilla zeros, and you get to play that to the front line as well. So it can be an additional block in certain circumstances as well. All right, so 4K bodies on the side of Mustang. We haven't seen a 6-cost Saito yet. Hopefully getting into that double energy into the body, into that 6-cost Saito to get rid of this Roy Mustang at that can just constantly every turn get rid of a body essentially. You have to get rid of that. You still also have the Edward Elric that you can get 2 cards away, and let's say he has 2 cards in hand. What he can do is he can discard the 2 cards for the Edward Elric, getting the impact, and then if he has now at 0 cards in hand, now the Roy Mustang also has impact as well. So really, really, really cool board state here, and looking like he's going to go into another raid, finally getting the 6-1 Saito here. That one being able to attack from the back line, and if you attack from the back line, you get to have snipe, and it has impact as well. It's a really strong card, being able to be removal on a body and getting a damage in as well. And here we see the double energy going into the back line. He needs an AP extender here to potentially go into that 6-1. The question is, does he have it here for to go into that 6-1 to get rid of the at least a body? Yep, so he did have enough energy, and going into the 6-1 there. So he is going to swing. So this on swing, he moves up into the front line, he can snipe, and he can take out one of these bodies as well. Now the question is, which body do you take out here? Do you take out the Mustang, the constant removal? Do you take out the threat of the impact? So impact swing going in here. This is going to be a special.
Man, that's so nice.
Yep, getting rid of the nullify impact for sure. Get that off the board, and then this is going to be another 4K swing. Just going to block with the other 4-1 here. And honestly, in this position, I would love to have another impact here. AP extender, if you have the third one, going into an impact and hoping for the best here. But yeah, big turn there from the Saito player, and it's funny because we thought Mustang was out of it.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and they've been crawling back in here, right? Obviously, like the special trigger helped. We saw a raid trigger a couple turns ago be pretty impactful, and you know, at one life you're pretty scared, right? There's a lot of impact that can happen. Another special trigger ends up happening, or just we pay the cost for it, right? But I think honestly, I feel like we're just like one Roy Mustang away from getting that super value, and there he is. We've got another one.
yep.
This is going to be quite scary because we're going to be able to put 3 attacks out and get rid of one of their bodies with this Roy Mustang. That could be enough just to go for game now.
Now the question is, if what are the chances he has one more? Uh, no, he doesn't have enough energy. Okay,
No, yeah.
it doesn't have enough energy. I was like, maybe he has another Roy Mustang potentially to get rid of another body here, but I'm just going to use the Riza Hawkeye effect to go -1K here. And then what is going to be this last AP used for? This is a very strong position here. And what he has to do here, he has to have enough cards to be able to remove the body, and on top of it also to, ideally in this position, discard for the Edward Elric, so he has that impact on that body as well.
Yeah.
So what to do here? And
We should be able to just go for game though, right? At least attempt it, right?
Yeah.
Because we get rid of one of these bodies on our attack.
Yep.
And they've got 3. So even if they block out, unless they have a trigger, then we should be okay. And what purple only? I mean, there's no Kenshin raids in this deck, right? It's only
No.
Saito, likely.
Yeah, only Saito. The thing you have to worry about is potentially a color trigger coming here again to get a body out there as well. We did see one earlier. So going to swing here, and that's going to just get added to hand. Going to swing again, ends up taking this here. Active trigger,
not a huge deal.
Gonna have to block. And is this a final? No, final.
It's a raid, yeah.
So GG's, man. What did I say? What did I say? We said don't count out Mustang. Mustang is that guy, and that just showcases the powerhouse of this deck. Mind you, I've said multiple times in the online communities that I don't think it's not my favorite deck.
Sure.
But it does have the strength that it can do to come back into this game. For 2 turns, he was basically bricked, but was able to claw his way back. And unfortunately for Saito, just not seeing the right combination of cards to get that aggressiveness going. He was there for a little bit, but Roy Mustang just doing Roy Mustang things, being the guy he is, the hero that the fans love, and coming back into that game.
Yeah, and I think there's also just like a really big show to whenever you see that, right, I'd get discouraged, right? I'm like, man, especially like it's halfway through the tournament. I'm 4-0, I'm feeling good. I'm on the live stream. People are watching me play for real now. And now my deck's like, nah, I need to take a little bit of a break, right? So I think that being able to not get tilted, be able to keep playing your game, find the piece you need eventually, and then go off with it, I think is really strong.
Yep.
And I might have misspoke a little bit, but like that extra card draw that you are afforded in the early game can convert into removal later game because of how the discard mechanic works. So I think that's really, really strong. And congrats to our Mustang player.
Yeah, that was really good. And you mentioned that extra draw there. That one extra draw off of that first life trigger did really, really well for him. Was able to get into that 0 that he needed. And we were talking about it, and we were like, yeah, maybe he'll get there, maybe not. But in the end, he was able to get there. Very impressive by the Roy Mustang player. Played it very well. But Purple Saito, don't count him out yet. X1, he can finish out in the top 16 for sure, and get that lucrative invite that everyone is fighting for today.
Yeah. But that's going to be, I think, for this round, right? I think we were a little bit behind, so I think the next round should be pretty short. I think it's just rounding up. So we should have that was round 5. So we've got 6, 7, 8. I think we've got about 8 players left undefeated, including our one Roy Mustang. So around there. We'll see if we can figure out what the other 7-ish are. And days ending soon. We've got Fusion World coming up soon as well for the finals. And yeah, that's going to be it. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, welcome back for round number 6 here in our UA regionals. Still here with the Eggman.
Yeah, and still here with the T-Mac.
Hello, hello. And we're no surprise when we get into these later rounds, we are bound to have mirror matches. And the mirror match coming down is the red Kenshin, to no surprise here. So just going in with that Kenshin to the front there. And the mirror match is always tough, just because you know what your opponent's deck is trying to do, and you have to try to counteract that while still doing what your deck wants to do, what your opponent's deck is trying to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely a matchup you have to practice. A lot of people don't like mirror matches just because it can get pretty just boring to watch or to interact with because they don't want to study it. They don't want to have to know what their opponent's doing. It's just like,
But it's an unavoidable matchup,
Yeah.
right? If you want to do well in these events, like it'd be, I'd say is astronomically difficult to not find the mirror match, right?
Yep.
I think it's going to be pretty clear that this is likely the most played archetype in the event today, regardless of color, right? We've seen red, we've seen blue, we've seen purple, right? It's pretty unheard of for a new set to come out and all 3 colors being played in some capacity, right? So really strong set.
Yep, and yeah, Kenshin initially wasn't on my radar personally because I've never watched the anime, so I didn't really have any attachment to it.
Sure.
But all of the decks are really, really solid. We got to see the blue showcased here today, seeing all the skillful stuff that the blue deck can do. One deck that we haven't seen is the Shoshio deck. Hopefully we can see one of those in the top tables there for sure. But Red Kenshin is definitely going to be the one we are going to be seeing a lot of today. And just a typical start from both players here, just looking to set up their energy. Very similar board states as well. And we definitely are going to be seeing the who can draw into what here. And that's what it's really going to boil down to. Who can see more raids? Who can see more of the pushbacks? Who can see more of the double swings? Who has these specials? That's what it's really going to come down to.
Yeah, and we know that I heard we've got 6 undefeateds left. So one of them is the blue Roy Mustang that we saw. I'd say narrowly scraped by last round,
Yeah.
right? So still 5-0. So we've got 3 unknown decks on top of that as well. But we do kind of have, we know what we're looking like. So going into round 7, I think if that's correct, we'll have 3 undefeated. So there is a 50-50 if we do have 8 rounds or not. But we'll see kind of how that kind of turns out.
Yep, and here we're going to see that raid coming down. So the first 4-1 raid of this match coming down so far, and a pretty decent start here. This is going to be able to not only buff, but get this double swing here off of that draw. So going to swing here. Will the pitch come or just going to go 4K? Yup. And there's usually no reason not to, right? And just going to take the life there. And getting the hit, no trigger there, and a second swing coming down. And this crackback will have to be pretty impressive. So just going to take the block there and just push it back to the energy line. The thing with Kenshin, especially the pushback, it's like every card in your deck, in the front line at least, has step.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of interesting interactions, right? Sometimes you can be like, well, I can push this up knowing that they'll likely be pushed back. You do have to be careful. Like, they can instead special you too. So, like, the protections here and there, you can't play around everything. But, it's a really intricate way to play.
Yep. And Red Kenshin specifically has one of the more interesting specials. For the fans of the anime, Kenshin's whole thing is not actually killing his opponent. So his special only bottom decks, which is a very unique effect in Union Arena because bottom decking gets around those wind sideline effects. So a lot of decks, a lot of purple decks specifically have wind sideline effects. And blue, for example, can get things back from the trash. Blue Kenshin, at least, can get things back from the trash. So it also bypasses that as well. So you can't get those bodies back. So very, very strong piece of removal.
Yeah, I'd say, I'd argue like probably one of the stronger ones in this game, right?
Yeah.
And even if you don't have the Kenshin out on the board, which I would say with so many Kenshins in the deck, right, it'd be pretty hard to not to. Even just pushing it back to the energy line just means that you get to interact with the 5K BP or less, and get less not at block for the turns, which is huge.
Yes, very, very true indeed. So just doing some thinking here. Yeah, I've never actually played this mirror. I'll be 100% honest. I've tested Red Kenshin myself, but I really didn't test the mirror because what my thought process when it came to the mirror was, it's just gonna really just boil down to who sees what. And that's pretty much for any mirror, especially in Union Arena. It's just like who sees more of what and who will see the well-timed specials.
Yeah.
Specials are very key into the mirror match, just because you know the key pieces of what your opponent's trying to do. So you really want to see those specials to be able to deal with that. So here we're just going to see two bodies to the back here. And is the raid? No, we're just going to go for the special pitching, and then just going to go to the bottom deck because they do have to pitch to be able to target that Kenshin just because of the Kaiori in the back.
Yeah, yeah. So that's fine. We won't be able to get the Kamiya draw this turn either, right?
Yeah, no, not going to get the draw there, but just getting that one swing in here. So both players are just even out here. Nothing too fancy. That double swing in the early was a little bit scary, but it looks like both players are just kind of stacking up on the specials there. So that's one gone down so far. And we're going to see how many more are going to be there. So we saw that the player there ending up drawing that Oath to Kill. So that is the AP restander and is going to push a body up into the front as well. So leads me to believe that we are going to see some shenanigans happen this turn as well. So here we're going to play a Kenshin to the front. And then will they have the raid Kenshin? Yes, they do. So this is going to be the pushback Kenshin, and going to have to removal area one of them. And now this is looking down two swings here. So going to bring our Kenshin player there down to 4 life, providing no specials.
Final trigger found. Not the last one, so not too bad. Ooh, we do have a raid Kenshin. Very nice.
Yeah, so usually, Kenshin, it just has one of the best defensive rates. It has the best defense rate and the best offensive rate as well.
It's just so flexible, right?
Yeah.
Again, it's very easy for you to have Kenshin in your energy line because, again, you have just so many different copies that you're afforded into this game.
Yeah.
You're almost always going to have somewhere to put it.
Yep. So, and the best thing about the defensive Kenshin, I'll call here, is it also has impact.
It does, yeah. That is pretty strong.
Yeah. So very strong. So you get one of those as like even like the third to last or second to last life. It's just like, yeah, now I can pressure back my opponent. I can do a big play here, especially with the AP restanders, and then you just have an impact body on board. It's just super good.
Yeah.
All right, so going into this next turn here, going to special again, getting rid of that pushback Kenshin, bottom decking it, and now it's the opposite side here. The opposite side here, having a body on the board with impact. Honestly, I don't want to commentary curse it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see another special out of life.
Yeah. Oh, but another raid instead.
Yeah.
Being able to get that draw there, there's nothing to push back anyways, but yeah, just having these 4Ks, able to attack a second time, getting a raid Kenshin out of hand.
Yep, and then going to swing here, and then going to go with the impactor first here.
Yeah, because I think the idea is that we want to try to make that, the impact one I think is more impactful later. And we do have a special, yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yep, I knew it. I knew it was there. But yeah, that special coming down and getting rid of that impact Kenshin. And then we're back where we started last turn again. And we see on the top player side there, they do have the 2 specials in hand. So we know they can get rid of it, but they need to see a Kenshin in the front. And like you said, there's way too many Kenshins in the deck. So no surprise here. This is the Searcher Kenshin. So it is look at, I believe, the top 3 being able to get a card from there. And with these searchers, you have to sideline one as well, just to get that Kenshin actually in the front. And then we can special the one there and get some swings in.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we forgot to use our Kamiya effect, right? We only use the special, which doesn't sideline it, bottom decks, right? So I think we should have been able to get that extra draw if we want to.
Yeah,
I do know that the effects are a little bit specific, but that's definitely one thing that I notice is that there's a lot of times where people, I feel, miss how this effect works. So we're going to end up using the special trigger here, again, going to get the bottom deck there. And having a raid card in the bottom card hitting the sideline. That doesn't count for that effect, right?
Yeah. Sorry that, or repeat that
Okay,
for me.
so if you have Camilla out,
Yep.
and it says as long as the card isn't sidelined this turn, you get to draw one, right?
Yep.
If you use your special on a raid card, so the top card goes to the bottom of your deck and the other card goes into your sideline, the bottom raid card doesn't count as being sidelined, right? You can still draw off Camilla.
Yeah, you still can draw off it.
Yeah.
Because it's the top card that's getting removed. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think some people might get some confusion on the wording for that.
Yep.
For it, but it would be a bit of an offer for card draw. But yeah, that special trigger. One off of the life, one out of hand, being able to just go back and forth removing this board.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is pretty dire now. We're just down to one life. Nothing stopping your opponent from just next turn pushing all of these Camillas up to the front, trying to go for game, and you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, very tough spot here, and that's the thing, right? We did say it would come down to the special, and we've seen 3 specials at least, and we know one more is still there. And not being able to really establish your board, and that one special in life is just super taxing. That's where it always matters. Specials in hand, pretty bad. Specials in life, even worse. So definitely going to have to do some work here and see how you can claw back into this game. And it doesn't look like they have a lot of cards in hand. Looking like 2 to 3 here in hand. So,
and we do have a Kenshin, but I think we used a discard with another impact or a raid version of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which might have been able to get some removal for us, but now we're just staring at this hand. Like, they had all the momentum on their side, they still got all this power, and we just got to be careful.
Yep, definitely have to be careful, but don't count out the decks just yet. You can definitely do what you suggested there, maybe just pushing that forward just to secure it there. But the safer option would be just to keep those 2 in the back, and then maybe raid into another body just so they can go in. So definitely some lines here for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so going to tap that 1 AP, going to just raw play the Kenshin there, and then going to raid the Kenshin. So very good there. You get a 4K blocker out of this as well, and now you can actually go back on the pressure side of things. So here a swing is going to come, the discard is going to go, and this is going to be a restand, so going to end up taking that, and that's the raid Kenshin, adding it to hand. That's the pushback one too.
And that's scary to see, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know that the next pressure. I mean, they have to establish Camilla or a Kenshin, but again, very easy in the stack most of the time. Maybe thinking like, do I even attack one more time to maybe correctly pressure my opponent? So we'll see what their decision is. No, just end up drawing a card off the Camilla and passing from there.
Yep, and just going over there. And then, this is very, very tough here. All you really need to do is see 1 Kenshin here. And there's the 4-2 Kenshin, so this is going to be able to just come onto the board active, and then just checking what's in sideline here as well. Going to remove the Oath to Kill to use that effect there as well. And honestly, the 1 special in hand is probably going to get used here. Going to get rid of that and going to the bottom deck, so no more double attack swing. And then speaking of swings here, so 1 swing is going to come out, going to pitch that raid Kenshin, and just restanding and just going to take it, and then that's the GG's.
Yeah, we needed to have like triple final or something like that,
and
right?
then there's the 4th special in life. Yeah, very tough. Seeing all 4 specials in the game, just super, super strong. And we knew this is what the mirror match was going to come down to. Just being able to see all of those cards there. Basically saying to your opponent, hey, I'm going to push back your stuff. I'm going to get rid of your bodies, and I'm just going to deal with everything that you put out there. Just super, super oppressive gameplay there.
Yeah. And again, like, there's just so much options, I think, to get good triggers off of your life in these decks, right?
Yeah.
Most of your cards do have some kind of interaction like that.
Yeah.
And when you just get to, like, even the other thing, just being able to trip up your opponent with how your energy sideline stuff works is really, really strong.
Yep. Very, very strong. So kudos to both players for coming here and being undefeated up into this round 6. But as I always say, it's not over yet. You still got a couple of rounds left. Lock in for the last couple of rounds and make sure you get that top 16 claim. More than likely you will get there, but you got to clutch it out. Got to lock in.
You sure do. You sure do. So this is the end of round 6, right? So if our intel was right, we did have 6 undefeateds going to this round, including both these Kenshin players, the Blue Warrior Mustang player we saw who won that last game. So we'll see what ends up being left on our undefeated, right? So next
Yep.
round, I think, might if it was six, we will have three. So there's a 50-50 if next round is our last round as well.
Yep.
We'll have at least one red Kenshin player, and we'll see what the other two could be too.
Yeah, so I hopefully we can see at least a little bit of spice in these last couple of rounds here. So I'm gonna do some satin around. Eggman is gonna take a little break here as well,
Yep.
and then we'll see what's in for round number 7.
Yep. See you guys over there.
Yep. All right, guys, welcome back for round number 7, potentially the final round. This is the top table. This is table number 1. No surprise, it is Red Kenshin versus Red Kenshin, so we will have another mirror. But on that table 2, we do have the pair down the Roy Mustang, looking to extend the tournament a little bit more,
Yeah.
hoping to win out there. If not, he can't get over the hurdle that is the Blue Aoshi deck. This will be our final
This will
round.
be a finals,
Yeah.
yeah. And yeah, I think this has been it's been clear that Red Kenshin is very strong.
Yes.
And we just saw a mirror match, but with this being the potential finals, I think it's the one we have to.
Yeah.
It makes sense to be the one that we show off, but I do think that even within a mirror match, there are different ways for this matchup to go.
Yes, as we saw the last one, it was a very back and forth, very grindy. Both players were able to special after special, but a little bit of missequencing and a little bit of incorrect decisions that didn't get one player over the other hurdle. And here we see, even just with the fan out hand here, definitely a lot of options here. And this is what you kind of like to see as a Red Kenshin player. You have your double energies, you have those raids, and you can fight off the deck that you're playing. And like I said last round, that's what you kind of have to boil down to. That's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
Just seeing those raids and seeing what you need to see.
Yeah, and there's always in this game in particular, right? Like, yeah, you can be the first one to raid, but that just generally means you are going to lose your raid card to their raid card, right?
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a game of chicken as well.
Yep.
Feeling like you can punish them. Sometimes if you have an answer to their raid, you bait out your first one. So a good combination of what cards do you have and what's the best way to take advantage of your opponent's cards too.
Yep, and the ever-looming life triggers are very important as well. We saw in multiple games today where those life triggers at the right time can really swing the game into your favor or take it away from you as well.
Yeah, and those are kind of tricky, right? You got to have you got to think like, okay, what have they seen so far? What are my chances, right? You're the one who chooses which one you're hitting into, so you gotta make sure you're clicking the right one, even though it's still random, right?
Yeah, that little bit of RNG there, but yeah, sometimes you click the right button and sometimes you click the wrong one.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely have to see here who's going to be clicking the right ones and the wrong ones today. And both players are going to be in that top 16 for sure. So pretty much they are just fighting for that top spot there. The top spot does get that lovely prizing of all those gold cards there from all the past 8 series. So the Kaiju 8, the Demon Slayer, that type of stuff. So that prize is huge. It is beautiful. I don't know if you've seen it personally, Eggman, in person, but those are some beautiful cards. Definitely a nice collector's piece for sure. So hopefully we have a good match here. But both players starting off pretty true to Kenshin, just getting some energy in the back line. We see the Kaioru to produce the double energy in the back there as well. Like you mentioned, looking like a little bit of a game of chicken, but we did see that the bottom player here also has gotten their raid off that one drop Kenshin Church. So we do know raids are available. We do know specials are available on both sides as well. So really going to see what this mid game is going to have for us here.
Yeah, so we got to finish, the Kamiyas are just fantastic support cards, either one of them, right? Also, just being able to produce double energy is just big in its own way, too.
Yep.
So you got to make sure you get that. But yeah, another Kenshin currently generating 3 energy, so we kind of need to generate 1 more somehow.
Yep, 1 more here ideally. Yep, and then that's definitely going to produce 1 more for sure.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised there if we see this Kenshin raid here coming down. Ooh, going to AP extend. Maybe going into a special and then the Kenshin raid. I wouldn't be surprised to see that here. Just to do that early game swing here. So definitely going into that 4-1 Kenshin raid with the discard. Getting that draw as well. And this draw could potentially draw into a special here to get rid of the body. Or even best case scenario, you draw into the pushback, pushing it back into the energy line and looking to do a big 4-turn swing here as well.
So again, but our stakes are kind of low, right? We just have like an early card, right, on the board. So if our opponent has ways to answer our raids, right? It's just generally like, okay, both of us will eventually get back to like a top deck situation,
Yep.
and whoever's raid ends up lasting the longest usually ends up being the most amount of value, right?
Yep, for sure, for sure. And we did see a little bit of a flash there, and it definitely has that 4-1 pushback. The question is now, if you push back here, right, and they hit a Kenshin raid in life, you have to now push back, and now you've lost the tempo.
Yeah.
Your opponent can go on the aggressive now, and that's going to be the case. And yep, going into that raid, they're going to push it back, taking that risk, and saying, "Hey, man, I have the insane start here. I'm going to go for it."
Yeah.
So first swing coming in, and then going to use this when attacking to be able to discard a card, and then restand. Hopefully not seeing anything here. Actives are fine to see here. Finals are okay to see here. No triggers are fine to see here. I just have to see something that can say, hey, my Kenshin can stay alive. Hopefully not seeing. And again, we see another Kenshin raid. And speaking of the Kenshin raid coming out of life, first life check with the pushback, and just going to push back the impactor, and then just going to get a 4K swinging here. And commentators curse a little bit there because I did speak on this. Just going to block that swing and then swing with the other non-rated Kenshin, and then getting in that one hit.
Yeah, and one thing, not every deck's like this. It's kind of back and forth, but the fact that you have 8 raid targets and all of them are Kenshin, I think almost half your deck are cards just named Kenshin too. So there's just a lot of consistency, right? There's other decks where there's like 2 different named raid cards, and you're like, man, I have the first name, but I rated the second name, or vice versa. This kind of situation just does not happen. Anytime you hit a raid, it's almost just like another special trigger in this deck, right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially that defensive Kenshin raid. I was talking about it with some of the top tables here just a while ago, saying it's easily one of the best defensive raids next to 8-cost Lancelot. Just being able to say, hey, man, I can just take away one of your swings just by pushing it back, and that is just enough to deal with it. And just going with the bottom deck special there, putting the card to the bottom of the deck and getting rid of that body there, and going to extend here as well, getting another AP. And what are we going to follow this up with here? I know I saw 2 AP restanders there, and going to go into another 4-1 raid. This is the double swinger, and then what's going to be the last play here, playing the double energy into the back. And I believe this is the one that gives the draw at the end of turn.
Yeah, as long as something hasn't been sidelined this turn, right? And you do have to be active for it.
Yeah.
You do have ways to set it as active by discarding a card. So there are some, the turn you play, you can turn into like a discard 1, draw 1. But yeah, we're going to get the block. There's going to get the pushback, which you're fine with. Going to be a Kamiya, so just a draw trigger there.
Yep. And then getting another swing here with the impactor, and this is going to be a Kenshin raid. Now, the question is, depending on your hand, do you just raid this here, get the pushback, and then potentially bring these 2 up? Yeah, just bring it up, pushing back. An interesting choice here, pushing the non-rated one. And that is very interesting to me, because honestly, I would have just pushed back one of the I would push back the impactor.
Yeah.
Reason being because that one can just now get rated on and then bring back, and now you lose out on a swing potentially.
Yeah, for sure. So, but again, this is this kind of weird thing for this game too. Maybe not weird, but just how the numbers work, right? Attackers always win, so 4K is like such a base number for this game. A lot of units just cap out at 4K, and so he's like, well, I have a bunch of 4Ks, you have a bunch of 4Ks, but now we kind of get this back and forth because I get to block yours, but then I lose my guys. So, there's a lot of back and forth.
Yep, so here going to get that searcher again, looking for the namesake, Kenshin.
Yeah.
Hopefully seeing what he needs to see here. Maybe another raid. Another raid would be huge, and he does find the next raid, getting that 4-1 here. And this is potentially just going to be another 4 swings here. And at some point, these 4 swings are just going to be super, super taxing. Going to have to draw out the block. If you block at least the 2 double swings here, you're going to push those impactors back, but you are going to have to lose 2 bodies. So maybe you get rid of one of the double energies and another body, or you get rid of the single energy and the other Kenshin that's back there, or do you just go for it and say, hey, I'm just going to let this happen? All right, so just gonna allow this swing to go in here. And then now this Kenshin is gonna come. Deciding not to go into the 4-1, just kind of playing it a little bit more safely, not putting all of his eggs in one basket, and waiting to potentially use that for the next turn. So here we hit another draw trigger, and 2 impact Kenshin still on the board here, and that looks like 4 life available on our bottom side there.
I think it's actually 5.
5,
Yeah,
okay.
5, yeah.
So he can afford to take these 2 swings comfy. Just has to hope that our player there doesn't have another Kenshin raid, and they definitely do. We definitely saw the flash here. So one of these is going to get pushed back for sure, and then looking to kind of press here. And that's going to be 4 swings, potentially 5 swings, if not more.
And real quick, I did get an update too. So table 2, we did have a pair down player. So we had 3 undefeateds. Our player who was paired down ended up winning as well. So we are going to get our final round next round. So this is just going to be the semis, and it's not going to be a Red Kenshin Mirror finals, which is going to be great.
Yes.
Looking forward to that.
Yes,
so.
very looking forward to that. And we do know the deck that is there for sure. And we did see it earlier, I believe.
I believe it is the Roy Mustang deck. Yeah.
So we'll get that player back on for next round as well. But we got to get 2 there and see which one of these guys is going to be making it to the finals. And honestly, like, this is just a back and forth. It's so interesting to see because in UA, you're not usually, like, nowadays you don't usually see board states like this unless it's a very specific decks. Both players have a full board, and that's like we were talking about earlier, that is the drawback of Kenshin, is where they don't actually remove things, they just push it back, right? And anything else is going into the removal. And here we're going to see the raid. And this is huge. This is looking down the barrel of 6 potential swings here at the cost of 2 cards. Ooh. He AP extended. So he he said, I'm going to go for the full 7 swings. 7 swings, depending. Yes, he has enough cards. So he is going to come in here. 1, it is going to be a raid. And do you raid here? You definitely do, because you have to be able to stop these swings here.
But we decide to not to. Interesting.
Ooh, okay.
Because like you can even if you raid up, you can just block and get the pushback. So you're not even like missing out on that much, I find. But I guess we want to use it aggressively maybe next turn.
Yep,
Another raid.
And that is a pushback one. Huge raid there, easily going to stop some of these swings here. And the question, you obviously push back with the ones that haven't swung it. So stopping 2 swings there, and that's the strength of that card. He doesn't.
But why don't we push up? I personally, I just don't understand. It could be a skill issue from my side, but with all these blockers, right? You get to push it up. If they attack you, you just push it back and get a free block. Like,
I don't understand.
I don't understand personally.
Maybe I honestly think it's just either they're forgetting to push it up, or they're, because there's, like you said, there's no downside to pushing this up. And just saying, hey, I'm going to go down to 1 life, because he's very confident that he has this game locked up right now. And yeah, looking with 3 impactors there, 2 life left, you really need that second to last life to be huge for you.
Yeah. So I mean, we're sitting at 1, right? Being able to get another push up there. And just to clarify, just to make sure, because I don't remember how I said it. When I say skill, it's personal skill issue, as in myself. Like me as a commentator not understanding, like, why would we not want to push that up for the other defense? Like, I think that there could be a reason, like maybe you're not sure on how much energy we're generating next turn.
I think it's definitely
stuck, but
I think it's definitely the energy, because we do see in hand here he does have a couple of Oath to Kills, which is the AP resetter. So if he doesn't have the energy there, definitely we can understand in that scenario for sure to keep it like that. But yeah, this is looking at 5 swings here and just deciding what to do with this last AP here. Gonna AP extend. I wouldn't be even surprised here to play this here. Yep. And then what is that last AP going to be? Just going to play a Kenshin out here just in case. You never know. Never can be too sure.
No.
And this is 5 swings. And I think that is looking, looks like he has 1 card in hand or 2 cards in hand. Okay, so he is chilling. He can get this swing here. This swing is going to come in, is going to get blocked. And then the Kenshin will get pushed back. Another swing coming down, has to block here for sure. going to get rid of that one of the double energies. Swing again. This is with impact, and this is 3 impact. Needs a special here. Ooh,
Ooh.
gets the raid. No, the raid there. Very unfortunate, and that's the GG's. Oh, if he had a Kenshin there, that raid would have been huge.
Yeah, but I mean, how many Kenshins did we? I feel like we went through all 8 almost, right? Like really
Yeah.
deep through a lot of those.
Yeah, we saw pretty much every Kenshin raid there, and that is the mirror for you. And I'm glad, because a lot of times when we see our mirror match, we don't get to see all those raids.
Yeah.
One person will have all the raids, one person won't, or one person will have all the specials, one person won't. But that was a back and forth. That was like in out, in out. Who had the raids? Who didn't have the raids? Did you draw a raid? No. I had the rates. It was just, that was a solid back and forth, and I like mirror matches like that.
Sure.
Especially when we're at the top tables as well. We never want to see like a one-sided game. Like we've definitely watched a few one-sided games in our times,
Sure.
right?
Yeah,
But that was a very good one. And even off stream here, we see both players shaking hands and basically congratulating each other for making it here. So one more round. One more round.
One more round, yeah. And so we've got round 8 coming up. We do have Red Kenshin in the finals, but it will be, I believe it's the Roy Mustang.
Yeah, so it's going to be Roy Mustang and Red Kenshin in your finals again. No surprise here. We did see this back a while back. Same finals. Last time the Roy Mustang player wasn't able to clutch it out. Red Kenshin was able to take it.
Yeah.
So for all the Roy fans at home, hopefully you guys can cheer on your Roy Mustang to get that W. And I know I can say for a lot of people in the room, they hope Red Kenshin does not take it this time as well.
Yeah, it's got a lot of underdog fans right now, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be it for us. We're going to be going into round 8, our finals, in just a bit, and we'll see you guys over there.
Yep. All right, guys, one more round to go. Round number 8, the finals of finals. And we are going to be having a Roy Mustang versus Red Kenshin.
Yep, and game this round's already starting a little bit better than his round 6, right? We see a zero cost hit the board, which is quite nice. Zero cost across the board, so no early bricking, which is nice,
Yep.
and should be a good game.
Yep, hopefully it is going to be a good game. And honestly, Fam is on some protagonist privilege right now. Just being able to clutch out that game that we did see on stream earlier, and now winning the down pair and coming into the finals. For all the Roy Mustang fans out there, insane story coming up here. And hopefully we get to see just the strength that a lot of people think Roy Mustang has going into Red Kenshin, being able to do all of that minus reduction and using that raid Mustang to get rid of those bodies off of the board. And that is one of the keys to beating Red Kenshin, having all those removals.
Yep. So yeah, just a good amount of value there, passing back again, and yeah, not having to use that extra draw, not the best feeling, but we still have some plays here, and we'll see what Kenshin's response is.
Yeah, the early turns from both players. Kenshin obviously wants to be the aggressor in this matchup and going to face. And one of the downsides to Roy Mustang is if Roy Mustang can't see both the Riza less so much, but mainly the Roy Mustang, then it's a little bit more difficult to be able to have all those removals because you have to see special in that case, and then that's not as strong as seeing that Roy Mustang.
Yep. So really thinking here. Just confirming what that Kenshin does, right? So during your turn, your opponent characters that lose the battle are moved to the energy line, and that's really it. Just a big 30k, good blocker. No, get trigger, draw trigger, which most of these zero costs end up having, but can help you stave off some early aggression.
Yep, for sure. And then going to use the Oath to Kill there. That is the AP restander. And here we're seeing the double energy come down as well. Going to use that effect to basically restand, and we'll be able to draw later at the end of turn if it is active. I believe that is the effect there. And now we probably more than likely will be able to see a 4-1 double attack, double swinging, not double attacking Kenshin there as well.
All right, gonna get our first raid here.
Yep.
This is gonna be nice for again, this can attack twice, so put them down from 7 to 5 without any major triggers. But let's see what we hit.
Yep, and there's the discard and getting the restand as well. And just reading the cards, I'm very interested actually to see what the Roy Mustang's matchups were up until this point.
Sure.
Because it does seem like he is reading a lot of these Kenshin cards here, maybe not too familiar with them. So
and perhaps right, and it's also just the finals, right? You just want to make sure, right, that you know what's going on at the same time. And can be stressful, right? Not the first game of either of these players on stream, but this is for everything, right? This is their finals, round 8.
Yep.
Someone's got to be undefeated.
Yeah, you got to lock in here. You got to make sure you know what everything. And like you were mentioning earlier in the day too, all of these Kenshins in the deck, they do so much, right? So you got to make sure you know which Kenshin is which Kenshin for sure. All right, so just deciding here if he wants to move up the Mustang. So it's going to move up that Mustang. It does get the Mustang raid here as well. So this is definitely what you want to see here. So we're going to see a swing here. Going to use the effect. Yep, and does have enough, it looks like, to get rid of the Kenshin double attacker. And then is also just going to remove 2 cards as well. And going to be the first swing on life here. Getting that swing, and it is a get trigger as well. So back over to Red Kenshin. And yep, seeing the Mustang right here, perfect. This is what you want to see. This is the type of start you want to see. And especially if Red Kenshin doesn't have another raid here, Mustang is going to be comfy in the driver's seat. And the fact that he has this Mustang here, providing no specials, that means every turn he's going to be able to remove a body at the cost of cards in hand.
Yeah.
But the deck does do pretty well with finding more cards to draw, right? You have the militaries in trouble. Worst case scenario, if you need to draw 2, potentially a draw 3 as well. And you just have so many tools.
All right, just deciding on our turn here. Again, 3 action points. And it looks like we're going to use 2 probably for the 4-2 Kenshin, if so. But no, taking it back.
Yep, have to make sure you make the right plays here, because one bad play in these finals could be the deciding factor. So, yep, going to use the 4-2 Kenshin coming down. Going to be a draw 1, trash 1.
All right, you're just confirming there. Okay. Now what? Now, real quick, did we had the energy to play that, right?
Yes.
The other one doesn't need you to have a thing in the front, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure this one does.
Okay, you are right. Yeah, this just naturally was. It's the other Kamiya that needs you to have it on the front.
Yep. That's the funny one.
Yes, yeah, that's a little bit tricky. But when it's a cost 2, right? It costs 2 double energy generation, right? Is quite handy. So.
Yep, and then just going to use the effect as well to removal area, an oath to kill from grave, to also get a draw as well. So pretty solid. Right, and the question is he looking for another Kenshin right here to potentially put Roy Mustang on the defensive here, or is he looking for just more bodies to put on? Because the thing with Roy Mustang is when you're just putting one body on the front line every turn, because it can just constantly remove that one body, you don't actually get anything. Is actually going to use the oath to kill here.
Yeah, once again, yeah.
Yep. And then just actually going to put 2 bodies on board. And now it's just going to swing 4K here. And like I mentioned, yeah, you don't want to be leaving one body on board at all. You need to be pressuring Roy Mustang, because as soon as you start getting into that trap of just putting in one on the board, they just remove everything.
Yeah.
Right? And I've even seen on board states like this where Roy Mustang, depending on if it has the AP restands, can actually just clear out the board. So,
yeah,
very, 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 you have to have that sequence, but otherwise from that, this is a very good play here from the Red Kenshin player.
All right, so deciding what to do here, and it is what I think it's 6 life to now 4. So, with Kenshin also being able to get like the double attack, essentially, you got to be really careful on the pressure. Now, there are some pretty removable bodies on the other side of the board too. So, yeah, leaving Roy Mustang up is scary because it does, just generate a lot of removal power for you.
Yep, and doing looks like a minus here. Looks like a minus 1K. And this Roy Mustang, the
second Roy.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, so yeah, like I was mentioning, 2 bodies. At the very least, 2 bodies you're going to be coming off of here. Potentially the third off the block as well. And that is what you want to see. Like I was saying earlier, these raids are going to come in.
And I was going to say the third, having the Riza.
Yep.
Getting that minus again, helping get things into range, get that extra card draw.
Yeah.
This is what you want to see from Mustang.
Yeah, everything is in. He is definitely in the driver's seat right now. That 4-2 Kenshin will be coming off the board for sure, off that first swing. The second swing will be able to get rid of the other small body as well, and then Riza will be able to swing in as well and potentially draw out a block. And you don't want to be in this position when you're on Red Kenshin, because you potentially could be going from down to 5 life. If you take all of it, you go down to 2, and then that's when things start to get tricky, because honestly, after that, both these Mustangs can discard, going down to basically 0 cards in hand and saying, hey, now I have impact with 2 swings to 2 life, and you don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, but Riza getting, minus 2K, essentially, very strong. We get to get rid of that without any additional investment, which is fantastic. Yep, just get a draw trigger off a life, and then we're going to use the effect. I think we're just going to probably discard 1 to get rid of one of these bodies here. Yeah.
Yeah, and getting rid of the second body and just getting a free swing here with no issue. And this life has not been treating this Red Kenshin player really nicely. And here comes the swing with the Hawkeye. Definitely going to draw out the block. And like I was saying, full board clear there. And didn't even need to have an AP restand. And Mustang just showing why it's such a powerhouse, especially against this red Kenshin deck.
Yeah, but a lot of things have been going well, right? I would say sometimes that Kenshin's removal is not as strong as other decks, right?
Yep.
You have a lot of disruption, but the fact that Roy Mustang gets better, continually does well every turn you keep it out is fantastic, and you got to take advantage of it in this matchup.
Yeah, the red Kenshin player really needed to see their removal for that first one. The more, like you said, the more that any other Roy stay on board, it's just so taxing. I like I said earlier, I like to compare it to a purple CG where when you have those mechs and the Gawains and stuff like that, and you're constantly removing, it's just so taxing. And the fact that Roy doesn't need, it's not just once. If you leave it on board, it's happening multiple times throughout the game. And saying to your opponent, hey, I have a removal on a stick, so good.
Yes, very, very good.
All right. So we see another body coming here, having to put the double energy into the front. And that's definitely not something you want to see here. And it looks like it's just going to be bodies on bodies to the front. Finally seeing a removal there. Finally seeing a pushback Kenshin as well. So he would potentially be able to raid into this pushback here. If he has the AP restander, he can. What he can do is go from there. But it looks like only 2 cards in hand. One being a special and one being not. It's not even the pushback. It is actually the double attacker. So no, yeah, there's the pushback. It was just looking. Opponents was just reading it up. All right, so yeah, so he has the pushback. He has basically 2 Kenshin raids and a special. Honestly, you kind of have to get rid of one of these Mustangs
for sure.
Have to get rid of one of them. Unfortunately, can't get rid of both. Hopefully, needing life here to bail you out a little bit, to maybe see a special, maybe see an active. That would be nice too. But at the very least, if any one of those guys stays on board, because he has the Riza raid as well, just puts him in the threshold to get rid of at least one body on the board. All right, so let's see what's going to go down here. Which card is he going to decide on? 3 cards in hand. All 3 are good cards. At least I don't think he goes into the double attacker. I don't think that is the correct choice. Yep, just going to go into the special. And he's choosing to get rid of the Riza. Good there. That constant -1K is pretty solid there. And now can actually go into the raid and get that pushback as well. Pushing back that Roy Mustang. Still going to come back next turn anyways, but at least you can look to be a little bit on the aggro side here, and hopefully not hitting into a special. So this, just checking here.
Yeah, and he's confirming on that.
Yep.
I think it does go there. I think he just had a mistake, right? Because he said that he was going to take the damage, and I think it was like, wait, if I block it, does it go back? He's like, yeah, but you already said you're going to.
Yep. Verbal communication is key with your opponent, especially in these final rounds here. And just hitting the final, so nothing there, nothing to worry about there for now. And
would appreciate being at 4 instead of 3. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And now the second Mustang is going to come down, so the Riza here gonna get that draw. And if we can see another Riza raid here,
which I think I peek 1 in hand, and maybe 2 in hand.
Maybe 2 in hand
can be really strong, right?
Yep.
And I think getting rid of the other Riza was great. It essentially just kind of counted as like a discard 1 if you really want to think about it.
Doesn't even need it.
Special trigger. But I think we've got the other Riza. That's going to just be brutal. No, a third
Mustang is crazy. And yeah, this is brutal. Yeah. This is brutal. We need some specials right now. Has to be a special in life. This is just going to get rid of the body. Special in life, maybe be able to save this here. Nothing there.
No.
Maybe can get a raid or something off of this life here, and having to put down your opponent to 1 life here, and just getting a draw trigger. And man, what do you do in this position? Yeah. You're looking down the barrel of 3 Roy Mustangs right now.
All of these can have impact, right? Like it's because of its 1 attacking effect. You can, even if you're not removing anything, you can just discard down to 0 for quote unquote free.
Yeah.
And so like you kind of have to interact with all of these or have some nullify impact, but yeah, a strong showing from Roy Mustang.
Yeah, and people have been talking about this being the Kenshin counter because it has so much access to removal. It has not only the Roy Mustang, the Riza can get rid of the low bodies. You can go into the Roy Mustang to deal with the potential high bodies. These special, all the reduction that this deck can do, and that's what makes it so strong.
Yep.
It has the consistency. One of the biggest issues with Purple CG when you would play that deck was it was always inconsistent. You wouldn't see a mech, you wouldn't see this, but this deck is more consistent. Not only do you have the consistent draw, you have searches, you have the Riza to kind of smooth that out, and then you just have the good old draw two in the military is in trouble. So really, really strong. And it's doing a good showing here. Currently looking like the favorite to take this game. All right, so just going into the double attacker Kenshin raid. Hopefully looking to put on some aggression here. Maybe drawing out a block. And very tough. Going to use the Oath to Kill there. Get that restand. Put out a body on board. Does have enough energy. And then what is going to come down here after this as well? Yeah, just honestly, just flood the board. Flood the board, get some bodies on. No cards to discard, so this is only going to be a one swing here. Going to swing, and that will be a get trigger going into hand. We do know the Riza is in hand as well. There's 3 Roy Mustangs on the board right now.
It's going to be, it's going to be a super Hail Mary off that last life, right? And I could be wrong, right? But you could have just blocked that and pushed the Roy Mustang back again, right?
Yeah, you definitely could have done that as well. But he knows he's in the driver's seat right now. He knows he's looking down to the path of victory. The lights at the end of the tunnel. Yep, just going to go into the Riza raid. Yep, minus there on the rated one. And then he's just going to swing, get rid of the cards in hand, and then just say, hey, I now have impact, 3 impact swings. You got to get to final, into final, into final. And we know that is impossible because we've seen 2 finals so far. And yeah, this is looking like game for Roy Mustang. I've been on this side of the board, Eggman, and let me tell you, it is not fun looking down the barrels of 3 Roy Mustangs coming in. Right, so first Roy Mustang going in for the swing here. Going to remove 2, getting rid of that 1 card in hand. Going to swing. Let's see. This isn't with impact. Just going to end up taking it, knowing it, and that's knowing, that is the GG.
So much removal.
Yep.
So Roy Mustang takes it.
Yeah, Roy Mustang on top. All the people who were disappointed the last regionals where Roy Mustang wasn't able to clutch it out. This time around, Roy Mustang saying, hey, I recognize you're one of the better decks in the format, but I'm on top today. So congratulations to fam for taking it 8-0 with the Roy Mustang strategy. And kudos to our potentially second place player, Xanax, with that red Kenshin. Yeah. Very good game there. A little bit unfortunate on the Kenshin side. Just all that removal and stuff like that was just a little bit too much in that last round. But it was a very, very strong showing why Roy Mustang is a deck. As much as I don't think it's a real deck, it definitely proved his point here today.
I'd say that Roy Mustang's probably, I don't play a lot of Union, but like the times I've played it, it's probably the deck I've played the most recent, at the most clips. And I'm like, man, there's just so much ways that you can gain advantage, right? It just has this cushion because you can transform any of your cards in your hand into a removal, which you saw, work super well for this one. And it can be very terrifying if they see their pieces. Yep.
That's what it all comes down to. That was the biggest boon of Roy Mustang, was not seeing its pieces. I've had plenty of conversations with guys in the community, and they're like, hey, man, Roy Mustang, if it sees its pieces, it's one of the best decks at the day. Yep. If it doesn't see its pieces, it's going to be down in that X5, X6 bracket. Yep. But today, Fam had an amazing showing. It was a great time to watch. Definitely that game where he was able to come back from that brick definitely was on his favor. And the fact that he was able to clutch out the last 2 rounds as well and to be our champion for today at the regionals is just insane. Very well done by him, for sure.
For sure. So that's going to be it for us for Union Arena. I think we still have Fusion World on the docket, right?
Yep. So we have our finals for Fusion World. So all the Fusion World fans out there who are ready to watch the finals, it will be Eggman who will be here casting on those finals. So you guys are going to have Eggman one last time for the day. So I will be back later to wrap up everything for our event here, but Eggman will be the one on Fusion World. So we'll be back after a little break, and then we will have the Fusion World Finals for you here in Ottawa, Gatineau.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
See you guys then.
You need water or anything like that?
Nope. All right, thank you guys for waiting. We've got our finals for the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World Regionals here in Gatineau, not sponsored, but supported by, run by the Carta Magica team, and looking forward to this one. And honestly, a really unique finals here. So we had a new set come out recently, FBO7, and these are two leaders from the set. We've got the Piccolo Superhero and the Sin Shenron, which turns into the Omega Shenron on the other side. So my quick bias into this match for this one. One, I'm a Piccolo Superhero player. Is my favorite deck to play right now personally, so it is definitely a deck that we do have to be wary about too. And it does get like a bunch of, I think, advantage in this matchup because of our ways to interact with the 5-cost Omega Shenron and those kind of abilities. But then Omega Shenron's still doing very, very well. Obviously, both players are currently 5-0, or sorry, 6-0, because I think this is the final round and we end up doing 7 rounds for us today. So other things, so we got Magic Mall on these Mega Shenron, and again, I do think this matchup is leaning to the Piccolo side, but Magic Mall's played at least one today. He had a close matchup with it and was able to get the game with it. So, but we got Jaybird though on the Piccolo, and one thing about this deck is that it's really good at ramping to 8 energy. We do have to be careful about making sure we see the cards on curve, and honestly it looks like a bit of a slow start for Piccolo and a really fast start for our Sin Shenron, right? Being able to get the Vegeta out early does mean that we do get that additional cards into trash early, into our drop early, to make sure that we do get that 7 or more Shadow Dragons to be able to get our early Awaken, and those abilities are just super strong. So no searchers from our Piccolo player, no ways to just get that extra energy or use that extra energies, and we're already going down to 5 life. Again, attacking with the Vegeta here, deciding if they want to take a life. No, just putting 3 cards into the drop there, and already having 6 cards with Shadow Dragon means that we just need to get 1 more in there to be able to get that Awaken. We need 7 or more with our leader effect. So looks like we're going to spend 2 though. We're going to use it to play out. I'm not sure exactly what, based on the cards I can see in hand, I'm not sure which would be the best one for us, but again, just a lot of pressure just early from the Omega, since we're already down to 4 life with Piccolo, right? That does mean we get to start using our leader effect, but we don't really have anything 3 or more on the board to really get that redirect anyways. So I do wonder if getting down to this early life total might be, hurting the Piccolo player a little bit later into this game. So it looks like we're going to end up playing out the Natron Shenron here. So this is a draw 1, discard 1. This will let us awaken early. We are going to put the Natron Shenron into our drop already, and this is such a strong start from Omega Shenron, right? So you get to flip over, no card draw for doing so, but then we get to play out our Natron Shenron that we just put into our drop if we want to. We also get our leader abilities, so we can have some abilities to get some additional draw, and it actually looks like we're thinking about attacking with this and maybe putting some additional cards into the drop here. So we're actually going to use the Sin Shenron's effect, actually. So, Omega Shenron effect. We get to use ability for free here. It can be just anytime during our turn. When you would play the cost of an extra, you can bottom deck Shadow Dragon cards equal to the amount of cards, the energy for it. So we use 2 cards to the bottom to get that effect. And then, so that's 25, and then we end up awakening here and out, comboing out with that 10k. So getting the Gohan there is great. We do need to have our 3 or higher costed superhero cards in our trash for this ability. Being able to play out the Natron Shenron 2 for another 20k attack, and this is just so much pressure here from our Omega Shenron, right? We're like keeping a good hand size. I do think the hand size for Omega Shenron can be a little bit deceptive because we do play so many of these extra cards, and they don't necessarily, I think Shenron has like this issue where we have probably the highest hand size in the game, but at the same time, a lot of these cards just can't be directly used for those combos there. So you end up just going to be playing out the Piccolo here. We want to save this Vegeta. I think that's a great way to do so. And looks like, based on my other matches, I would, consider that, Omega Shenron usually has some slow starts, but this is probably the fastest start I've really seen from this Omega Shenron player. And then just kind of a slow start from our Piccolo. Again, not seeing any 1 drops or 2 drops to be able to get some extra card value. Already down to 4 life, and we're going 20 into 20 just to try to get out another card from their hand. All right, thinking on this this combo here. And again, there is this weird thing where almost every time we have to overcounter, and this is a perfect example of that. Using a super combo to get out of there, so going 40k to 20k, getting the Gamma end of turn effect to be able to ramp up to 4 energy at the end of turn off the top of our deck. But again, like there's going to be so much pressure, I think, on this next turn. And when we don't have any redirects online, that's going to be very tough for our Piccolo player. So think about the charge for 3 here for our Omega Shenron. And is a bit of a decision, but yeah, we're going to get a bunch of 20k attacks this turn, and just I think rip a lot of cards of hand. So we are going to get the energy ball out of hand. So one of our finisher cards, but it's a little bit expensive at 7. Obviously, again, the minus energy Powerball can be used with their leader effect by bottom decking 7 of cards with the Shadow Dragon trait. We're going to see a bunch of cards just leave the hand here for Piccolo due to these 20k attacks to a 20k leader. And yeah, Vegeta staying on board just offers so many times like to fill up our trash as well. Down to 3. And we'll see here, we are going to do another Natron Shenron. This is such a great combo. So draw 1, get to trash 1, go into our Natron Shenron from trash to be able to get another draw 1 20k attack. And just a lot of value here. So we lose our Vegetas here. We're going to put them a little bit to the side since they aren't Shadow Dragon cards. These are like the only cards in our deck that we can't use to remove are used for later abilities too, so that's good to see there. All right, we are going to go actually 15 here, and we are going to use another one of these extra cards here. So again, normally I see that the Whirlwind Spin is used to get that additional 20k defensively, right? But using our leader ability, if we don't have any Dragon Thunders to be able to get the draw 2, we better just use our ability for something, right? Something for free. So we do get to get the draw 1, we get to draw another card and go 20k. And again, this is like a +2 card advantage, right? We get to draw a card and make us, lose a card, and that's a super combo out of hand. So, both players saying that I have to be really careful about these super combos. So this is a weird spot, I'd say, for our Piccolo player. I think that we'd be really tempted to play Gohan because that will let us go from 5 to 7 and go to 8 next turn. But I think we've got a Gamma 1-2. Yeah, this is just the stronger card, I think, in this scenario, right? It's to a point where we have to kind of slow down. Our opponent's been way too aggressive here, and not only getting rid of a 3 or less, but also being a 25k base leader. This is a really good spot for this turn, but the only issue is that we won't be able to get to 8 energy on our next turn. So we do have to kind of see which is the better play here. So we're going to go 25 into 20 using our leader attack there. I don't know if we drew off that attack. If we did it very quickly. I did miss it, but it definitely could have happened there. And yeah, 25 into 20. And again, that 25k boost or 5k boost to make us a 25k base leader is until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that is pretty nice there. And thinking about like if he wants to save the Natron here, because we have a 25 and then a 30k attack, and again we can eventually start using our leader redirect next turn, or into our opponent's next turn if they don't get rid of the Gamma 1-2, which I don't think there's a lot of easy removal for Omega. There are some like ways for removal to exist, but it's not unusual for Gamma 1 and 2 to survive on this next turn. So instead, we are going to just use the double combos there to get out of that. We end up using another super combo. My only issue is that like we are 25k base, so it means that it's going to be tricky to convert these 20k attacks without having to discard our own cards. And I would be kind of okay with losing a card here or there. So we'll see what this next turn kind of looks like, though. And again, we are 25k base leader, and we have a redirect. So both of these abilities, I think, are really, really strong here. All right, for 2, looks like we're going to end up playing another Natron Shenron 2-drop here, getting us a draw 1 and a discard 1. And that's honestly one of the best draws, I think, right? I don't know if we have another Natron Shenron in our trash, but just being able to get that in another rotation is good. My issue is that, like, normally I see Omega Shenron just having super good card draw, and yeah, it's just tough to see. We haven't seen any Dragon Thunders quite yet. So considering if they want to discard a card to make this 25k. Because right now we are just 20. We might have actually done the redirect as well, but yeah, we are going to go 30 and 10k to get out. And this is you guys this is not public information either, but super weird to see Omega Shenron just having no events in hand right now, right? All right, going to use the effect here to get the Natron Shenron out to get the draw 1. Hopefully finding, oh man, that's so good. That's exactly what you need to see off the top of your deck there. And when we're a deck that is able to just get like so much card draw cycle, it's not unusual to see our cards help us out there. We are going to use, I think, the Dragon Thunder to be able to get just a natural draw 2 off using our leader effect to bottom deck 3. That can put cards like our super combos back in rotation as well. But it looks like we're going to use the Haze Shenron, and I'd be kind of tempted to take a life here, just because it is like a way to, help us get more cards into our hand. We have a bit of a low hand size, and I would consider going down to 5, but we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. So Haze Shenron looks at top 2, adds 1 card Shadow Dragon to your hand, and then puts the rest into your drop. And we are going to use the Dragon Thunder here to get a draw 2 after bottom decking 3 cards, which, being able to recycle your super combos in this deck is one of the premier things for it. You do have to randomize whenever you put cards to the bottom, but really, really good effect. And a fantastic draw 2 there. So I think the Haze Shenron, we definitely can convert one of our attacks into 25. If we want to. We could also kind of bully the Gamma if we want to as well. A lot of plays on board right now. Yeah, so just going to get the redirect. That will probably just prevent the attack. No, we're still going to go 30 into it, forcing a card out of hand. 5k off that superhero Gohan. Very tough. All right, we're going to go 20 into, I'm going to guess, into leader. Yeah, 25 into 25. And we are going to take it. I can understand, like, that is so tough. It's so tough to see this, but I think it's just kind of how we have to do this. So these Natron Shenrons and the Vegeta have done so much work just kind of getting rid of cards in hand for Piccolo. It's kind of been a tit for tat. Both of us have been losing cards in hand. Shenron's only working with 5 cards in hand, but we've got 6 life compared to 2, and that's a big difference. Big difference. So we kind of have to decide like how we want to approach our game plan now. I think there might just be the thing like, you know what, I don't know if I can ramp to 8. I don't know if that's like the play for us anymore, because like we are just going to be so far behind. We're charging to 6 right now, which 6 energy does offer us a lot of abilities that are great, like Hercule 2-drop. Being able to find some ways to cycle stuff back is good, but we kind of have to, I think, make the decision, like, do we want to use a 4-drop to ramp to 8 next turn and be, like, a little bit less aggressive to try to get rid of these Natron Shenrons, or what is our play? Like, this is so tough for our Piccolo player. All right, and just considering what to do here, still waiting on charge here. And another, I can understand, like, why this is a tough choice, because this card that we're thinking about charging, you can play it right now. It could be a great way to put some pressure on board. Yeah, we've got the Goku here. I could understand why there's the temptation to be able to attack with, just play this out as a 45k on this next turn, right? Very, very good. And then we could maybe get like a 2-drop Piccolo to help get some advantage there. But ends up just doing that, especially because, like, Omega Shenron does have some ways to remove it, but usually they're kind of clunky. And you know that they want to try to do their 5-drop play next turn. So we're going to go 30k to 20k. And we would need to get a super combo out of there, yeah, which we do. We're going to play with the 5-drop Piccolo here. And this card's quite great. It does let us be like a blocker and, a redirector as well. It does have protection. We are just going to get the boost there. So I believe it's a 40k attacker. It might even be 45k attack for the turn. Yeah, it's 45k into the Natron Shenron. And then, again, we can use it as a redirect if we need to next turn, too. And the other thing to kind of notice too is that with the minus power energy balls, two of them in the energy, like we generally play 3 to 4, I think in most decks. So you can kind of say like I don't think they have that many left. There's just such a small hand size over for our Omega Shenron players. So not unusual for that. So Piccolo is going to retain its 45k power line. Also, it can't be removed from the board by your opponent's effects or skills. So that's great too. Like even if they do have the extra card there, if they end up having the burst attack, that still can't get removed from that ability. So they're going to go 20 into our leader. This is a bit of a tough call for sure. Because again, we're both, using or having so few resources here that it is going to be kind of tough. And, we see it at the top of the trash here. Krillin is just a really important card for this matchup because it can lock down these Omega Shenrons. And, having to use another one, very scary. Yeah, and this is additionally the scary mood here. So we will be able to see the Singed Shenron, and this card has great potential to go into a Mega Shenron and really kind of pressure for game. So we're going to go 30 into the leader here. We're going to just get the super combo out of that. We're going to use the effect for Omega Shenron. Going to send 7 cards to the bottom of our deck randomly. And then if we return it to our hand, we will be able to play out an Omega Shenron with 5 costs. So we get to put those 7 back into the deck there. And this is where it gets like a little bit scary, right? There's just the potential for them to like either go for board or to go for potential game here if we do have the minus power energy ball. And if we play out the Omega Shenron, right? We get to look at the top 7 cards in our deck and look at every extra card that we get. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's a draw 4 here. Double copies of Dragon Thunder and sorry, 1 copy of Dragon Thunder and then 2 copies of Whirlwind. Being able to keep cards into our trash, which we need to do, keep that drop healthy, so we do get the protection for the Omega Shenron as well. And this is a big 35k. You can't remove it from skills. And just confirming what this Piccolo says. So still a 45k. If you're worried about it getting removed, you can redirect it as well. But yeah, because you can't use burst attack, right? I think that's the question they were asking, right? If we attack with burst attack, are we able to remove it? And the answer is no. All right, and thinking on this attack here, and well, you have to, yeah, I'm not sure if they verbally said where they're going to. Maybe just confirming what cards they were adding to hand, but yeah, deciding where we want to go, right? We can go into Gamma 1, 2. We can still get the redirect no matter what to the 45k base Piccolo. And yeah, we're just going to go into the Gamma, and we're just going to let it go. And then we're going to use the Dragon Thunder. But I think this Piccolo is going to be quite a tough target to remove, especially since we will get, like, again, we can get the double block. After this turn, it won't be a 30 or 45k anymore, and it loses its protection. But just being on the board in the first place is really good. And we've seen a lot of Krillins leave the hand already, but that can be super helpful for being able to, get that additional cycle as well. So using the Dragon Thunder offer leader effect, drawing 2 cards by removing 3 cards from our drop into the bottom of our deck randomly, and then passing it back. Yeah, so 6 energy right now. We got the Gamma ramp, but we didn't get the additional ramp from the Gohan just because we just haven't had any time to play it, right? So now there's also this weird thing, like, do we even try to go to 8 energy, right? Because we are kind of like 2 turns away from it. Every card in our hand, I think, is really valuable right now, and 6 is kind of like the number that we rarely care about. But charging a gigantic meteor, that can be a fantastic card for us to be able to try to get out of some of these larger attacks. We're just going to go 20k in the lead. Again, I definitely commend our Magic Mall for being as defensive as they have, right? They've been saving their life for this entire game. Sure, going down to 5, and man, what a good card to hit off that life there. going to be some extra pressure for this next turn. So we're going to end up playing the Hercule here. It's going to let us get 2 1-drop Earthling cards, which these Krillins are so good about, making sure that you can survive another turn in this deck, right? Very good ad there. We're going to just play out the Krillin, get the stun on the Omega Shenron. Shouldn't be surprising for anyone who's played this game with Piccolo around. That card just has been very, very helpful. We are going to play out the Gamma here. So honestly, I'm kind of surprised that we ended up charging due to this, right? I would have just been contented to like not charge here. Would have meant that like I could get the ramp off the Gamma off the next turn too. And so it's going to be 40k since we do have 6 or more energy. And we are going to look like attack into the, is it going to be into the Omega Shenron or, just making sure we read this card here. So yeah, because maybe we're not wanting to KO it right at the end of turn, right? But I honestly, it's not an optional effect though. You have to KO it, right? End of your turn, KO this card in a battle area. So maybe leaving one open for, I don't know. I'm not sure why we charge there. Because this has to KO itself no matter what at the end of the turn anyways. So. Yeah, and so we're going to use the Whirlwind there, and it looks like we were attacking into the Omega Shenron, which I think we should have just been attacking into the leader because it was stunned. We do get the KO effect, we do get to ramp, 2-drop Android 18. Really good card in this late game where it is able to kind of get some extra draw power, but we're just going to be passing from there. All right. And just looking through the cards here. And again, I think this is going to continue to just be such a grind of a matchup. We do just have to kind of make sure that, we're not falling kind of pitfall. We do get the double block from Piccolo, which is really nice. We can block with its own blocker effect, and then we can block once with our leader ability, or get the redirect, right? And if anything, I think I get the block here with Piccolo first because they can be playing Dragon Thunder, and that is a card that lets you, bypass blockers. So the other thing to notice too is that in this game, right, you can't like quote unquote surprise double strike, right? It's pretty understood when it can happen. And going 30k, and we just get that super combo right there. 2 cards in hand for Piccolo, two quote-unquote redirects as long as it survives the first one, and we do have the Hercule for an extra 10k if needed. So we do have the 30k from the Sin Shenron milling to a super combo, double super combos. Love to kind of see those get removed there, and I don't know. I don't know if you need to block. I still think you probably would have blocked that first attack with Hercule or with Piccolo, just because you know that these bigger attacks are kind of coming, because you kind of needed to survive one attack to be able to get out of other attacks. Yeah, or at least get the redirect, right? It's better to get the redirect just because it's a you can still get the blocker. So, but again, you got to be careful about Dragon Thunder. The fact that Dragon Thunder does let you bypass blockers. All right, so it's going to be 30 to 35 because we use our Piccolo leader effect to redirect to the Piccolo superhero. And now we're just thinking, like, do we try to pump it up? We've got 2 cards in hand. We can really put some pressure. We do have the hand advantage, but the cards that we have are a little bit expensive. So, I mean, if we want to use, like, the Whirlwind, we can do that too. It's going to be, again, like a discard too, but that's going to almost guarantee, in my mind, the fact that Piccolo will likely get out of it. So we are going to just let the attack go. We're not going to use anything fancy, but we are going to use the activate main for Sin Shenron afterwards. So the attack was 30 to 35, no fancy business, and we are going to use the effect to bottom deck 7 to be able to play an Omega Shenron from our hand. All right, so bounce it back. We got our Mega Shenron here. This is going to let us mill 7 and get every extra card we see. So currently double super combos. So all 4 super combos are out of rotation. Get a single Dragon Thunder. A little bit unfortunate there. But it is kind of what it is. So we can attack with this if we want to. We can get the block against it. We'll just kind of see what the play is. But again, like it's really clear to me, like Piccolo's barely hanging on here, right? Just the early aggression that we're able to get from the Natural Shenrons and the Vegeta from our Sin Shenron player, even like using the energy marker, just too strong here, and not getting the block, just getting out of the attack here, using the using the Krillin. That Krillin 1-drop would have been fantastic to play next turn too. So hopefully we've got something like another Hercule to help us get these additional stuns here. But again, so tough for Piccolo to really get any headway in this matchup now. And again, when it's 35 to 35, feels rough. All right, we're going to play the Black Smoke Dragon here. Looks top 3 for a Shadow Dragon card. Looks like we're going to get the Shin Shenron there. And we've got not that many cards left in deck, right? It looked like about 7. So we do have some defensive cards. Like there is like this kind of thing that even with you putting cards back into your deck, like you put 7 back with your Omega Shenron, but then also with your Sin Shenron to go to Omega, but then you have to mill 7, right? You get to put 3 cards back to draw 2. So this technically makes your deck 1 size bigger, but there is kind of the play there. So we get our draw 2 there. We're still at 5 whole life. Got a blocker now too. Again, very, very tough for a Piccolo player. So we're at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, now 8 because we did use the Gamma effect. So we don't need to charge here, but any 5-drops we find will be just randomly off the top of our deck, right? So we're going to go 20 into leader, 20 to 20. We just take it immediately. For 2, we're going to play out the Hercule. Very good here. Use the effect to get, I think, 2 Krillins. Yeah. Very good here. So that will get us a double stun on both of the Black Smoke Dragons here. Or not the Omega Shenrons here. And then we're going to play out the Pan. Look top 3 for a superhero card. We're going to get another Krillin. 2 cards in hand right now. And then what are we doing for this next 2? We're going to play out the Gamma. We're going to discard the Krillin. Going to draw 2 here. And now we're just kind of in this weird spot, right? We do have a pretty wide board. We do have a lot of combo. And we do have the potential for like a double block. But again, like we do know like the let me confirm the name real quick. The Whirlwind Spin is around, right? It just gets rid of all 1 cost or less during the battle. It's either player's turn too, so like you're just kind of in a weird spot. If anything, like I would maybe attack with Hercule and combo with a Krillin. I think attacking with a Krillin here is like a little bit tough. But yeah, it's okay. So we're just going to go 20k here. Really recognizing that the Whirlwind Spin is a card that exists here. Going down to 3, saying, you know what? I want to get every card that I can to help me win this next turn, and we're going to pass it back. So looking at 6 energy right now. 1 more charge. We can just use minus power energy ball for the full 7 if we're so inclined, but we do need to start, Piccolo, despite having, quite a lot of aggression on the other side, has been able to stay at 2 life for a long time here. And it's going to be really tough for Omega Shenron just to do this extra bit of damage when these Krillins have been so obnoxious here. Yeah, and, looking at cards in deck too, like that is now such a resource here. We have to be careful that we're doing the right numbers here. A lot lot of cards in hand, right? And this is kind of the hand I'm more used to in Omega Shenron, right? We just have so many ways to get that extra advantage, and just going 30k, and we do have a 10 and 5 with a gamma to get out of it. We're so afraid to go down to 1, and I understand why, right? Like at any point they could just go all in on it with all cards here, but looks like we are going to play out the, yeah, just making sure on number. We've got 5 cards here, so we really can't afford to play any more Omega Shenrons at this point, right? And I think we are in time in round 2, so we're going to get a burst attack. We're going to go 30k. At this point, I would consider using the redirect from Piccolo. Yeah, 1 card in hand. Yeah, using 10-5 to get out of it. Tough. I feel like I think at some time Piccolo has to take a bit of a chance. And the reason I say that is that I think we have to like recognize that, you know, us surviving is fine, but it's putting us in spots that we can't push for winning, right? And I do know, like, again, they had a bit of a tough start. There was a lot of pressure from Omega. They're playing their 3rd copy of the card too, so that's going to get a mill 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Having 3 cards left in deck, but there should be a good way for us to get there. And only a draw 1 because, again, we don't have that many cards left in rotation here. So we're going to attack with the Omega here. I think we just have to let this one go. I think going down to 1, it has to be the case here. Yeah, just so many cards in hand, and you know, Whirlwind Spin is such a good card to get that. Yeah, just going to take the 1, go down to 1. I mean, if we want to, we can attack with Black Smoke Dragon. You know, it's a little bit cheesy, but just kind of focus thing. But we have a blocker and we have a redirect, and this can be, you know, convert some real power here. So 5k, just going to get the redirect. Seeing if they want to combo any cards. Yeah, you just gotta be careful. This could be a bit of a misstep too, because this is your blocker. Now, you know, the chances are they have a way to interact with it too, but like this is kind of scary for a Piccolo player to maybe go for game, right? We've got 3 cards in life that we try to get through. A lot of cards in hand for Sin or Omega Shenron, right? But not unheard of. And you know, if you go 35k, it's a little bit scary, right? But let's see. Oh, we're using super combo with this too. So we're going 35k. I mean, if we go 55k, we know Piccolo goes down, right? We know they have no way to get out of it because with 1 card, it has to be like Gigantic Meteor, right? So yeah. We've got 35, and then are we just gonna play? I think that's fine, right? Yeah, is the Whirlwind by itself actually paying the cost for it since we do have the extra energy? And now we're going a big 25, 45 to 35. So it has to be super combo or better. No, we get rid of the Piccolo, and like only cards I can think of is like specifically, yeah, we got the Dragon Thunder. It's going to get the reset, and there we go. So Omega Shenron able to do that real quick, just to concede though, just because we do get the restand of Omega Shenron, able to do another attack with it. It's going to be like a 55k double strike, and there's just no cards in hand for Piccolo there. So fantastic game, really showing the power of Omega Shenron. I think this is like the first big win in North America with the leader, and really cool to see the deck work as well. So that is what we've got for you guys today. I'm sorry we weren't able to get more Fusion World, but honestly, I think that match was a goodie, and it's cool to see like FBO7 leaders on Showcase, right? I know a lot of people have been seeing like Red Cell be really strong, as well as like Majin Buu, and I think those decks are still very present and have been here today. But seeing an FBO7 match at the end, I think I don't know if I could ask for any more. So congratulations to both of our players for their finishes here. To Jaybird for getting the X1 finish with the Piccolo, as well as Magic Mall for their finish with the Omega Shenron. So fantastic play, and that was what we got for Fusion World today. So that's going to be it for this. We are going to have a quick wrap up. We're going to make sure that T-Mac comes back here to say goodbye to you guys. But I'm happy we were able to get this match, and I hope you guys enjoyed it too. So one more break for the day, and we'll catch you guys at our closing.
All right, guys, I am back with Eggman. And Eggman, what an event this weekend has been. We had Gundam, we had UA, and we had Fusion World.
Yes. Yep.
and Digimon as
And
well.
Digimon,
Yep.
yes. Dragon Ball Masters was here as well.
Yep.
Just a lot of card games, a lot of fun, and I'm really happy that one Carta Magica was able to host this event. They did a fantastic job,
Yep.
letting also us be part of the stream team, make
Yep.
sure that you guys get to see these matches too, and overall great weekend as well.
Yep. So on the side of Fusion World, we just saw the match up there. Jamal was able to take that with that Omega Shenron strategy there. And on the side of UA, Roy Mustang finally getting its well-deserved victory.
Yeah.
For Digimon, we saw the finals there as well. That was also a really good matchup as well. And all the other games, Gundam, Blue Green also getting on top as well. So
Yeah, so we had Blue, Green, and Gundam. We
yeah,
had in Dragon Ball Fusion World, we had Blue Shenron.
yeah,
We also had Blue Roy Mustang, right?
yep,
Good weekend for Blue as
yep,
well, right? For Digimon, we did have a Phoenix Bird X, right? It's
yep,
kind of Growl Loop with the Phoenix Mon
yep,
X stuff. So a lot of diversity across these games. We also did have a U7 Goku win in Masters as well.
yep.
And if you guys want any of this data, it will be out on socials later this week too, so you guys don't have to be looking around for too much. That should be out pretty soon on the Carta Magica socials.
Yep, and if you want to watch any of the matches that went on stream, you can also check out the Carta Magica YouTube as well. Everything will be there as well. The VODs will be up on Twitch, so you guys can watch that back. And if you want to see any of the strategies that were going on, or you want to rewatch some of your matches because you were on stream, you can do that as well. Again, I want to thank Carta Magica for hosting a beautiful venue here at the Palais de Congrès in Gatineau. So we also have to thank them as well. I got to thank our tech manager as well, Mr. Watson there, for doing an amazing job for making us look pretty. Also, shout outs to Eggman here for coming in and finally coming back home. This
Yeah.
is your homecoming.
Yes,
Um,
sure is. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Yep, and we got to thank Avolt, who was also here as well on stream. And thank you to you guys for tuning in and watching, and make sure that you guys, we know that you love these games, and we love these games, and we love bringing a stream to you as well. So from both me, Eggman, and the entire crew here at Palais des Congrès, and our team here for the judges and everything, we thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you at the next regionals or the next big event. And make sure you guys attend those and have fun and do all of that. So take care, take it easy, and stay safe.